Morning, folks. This is Shah, the Masters Cricket Organization. Beautiful day here in Davis, California, for the over 50s probables camp that started actually yesterday. Today being the first day as far as the match is being played. And we do have a game tomorrow as well. Again, a beautiful facility, beautiful morning here in Davis, California. Thanks to the folks who worked incredibly hard to make this happen. And of course, some of the people, behind the scenes, may not be as visible. Dan and Ryan, stalwarts, two key members here at Davis, and have done a phenomenal job as far as cricket is concerned, the development of the game, and not to forget this beautiful ground here in Davis. Wonderful outfield. So the two teams being led by Parak Ananta and Sanjeeva Veerasinghe. The two teams just had a toss, and I believe Parak won the toss and decided to bat. So looking forward to a pretty good, very competitive game, I should say, fairly balanced on both sides. And as you can see, the Blues, who we would be referring to Sanjeeva's team as, on the field there, getting ready to get started with the first over. And as far as Parak's team, the orange, the net orange, or the orange team is what we would be referring to them as. We do have two openers, Balbir Singh and Sunny. Sunny Singh, Balbir Singh, again, two locals, renowned names here, good cricketers, walking in to take strike. With me, of course, just touched a little on, the amount of work and effort that actually, took place in the background and in terms of planning and making sure everything comes along as planned. And with me, a gentleman who's been instrumental, not just for the Masters and this particular event as well, right? I don't know, I think one reference point is to simplify it and say the backbone of the Masters. With me, Arun Vitala. Good morning, Arun.
Good morning, Shah. How are you doing? And how was practice net sessions yesterday?
Wonderful day yesterday, Arun, and the teams, pretty much everybody was here. We started off with some basic drills, and of course had a net session in the morning. Quite a few, I would say, more than half of the team showed up. It wasn't a mandatory session; it was more to kind of meet and spend some time out there on the field, and had a wonderful session in the afternoon, which was, again, by the way, mandatory. It was more of a drills type of a session. Catching, fielding, some running between the wickets. Again, wonderful planning. All that credit to you guys for putting a program together. But Arun, your thoughts about the facility, the beautiful ground here, the folks, who worked so hard to make it happen, the teams, and anything else you would like to share with our audience here.
Yeah, Shah. One of the things that is absolutely amazing is apparently this ground has been used for the last 30 years. This is absolutely an amazing facility that if people were here would admire it. Um, there are some nice banks on one side where people could be sitting. It's a good turf wicket that Dan Sadio is personally responsible for. And amazing, one more thing, Shah, what was amazing, we changed our game time to 8 o'clock. And we mentioned that yesterday. And it's amazing, at 8 o'clock, the ground was given to us by Dan Sadio, a true gentleman, and all my interactions with him have been so amazing. Terrific human being. We as masters had the proud privilege of recognizing him sometime in the past. I believe last
He
year.
was one of the recipients, the legends of the game, and feel so proud that we had that representation. And again, this is an initiative put together by the Masters to recognize folks who have made contributions to cricket, to the development of the game in the past, current, and Dan is definitely one of those names who's way up there on the list. Worked so selflessly for years, right? Here in the Bay Area, Sacramento region, very active with the NCCA, I believe. And then it big time to them, and so does the California and the region to these two gentlemen for all the great work they've done here.
And there was also a minor league games that happened here.
Ek minute.
And here we are getting ready to start the game. Arun Toladur is the bowler. First ball in line with the stumps. Played to short covers. No runs there. Good looking drive. Balbir Singh Sodhi is on strike, and the non-striker is Sunny Singh. And Arun just finished bowling his first ball, getting ready to bowl the second one of the first over. Here it is at almost 5 minutes to 9. A wide going down the leg side. Obviously, everybody's trying to get warmed up here and get ready to give their best in the over 50s probables for Masters Cricket USA. Here is Arun trying to bowl his second legal ball. And this one is off the pads of Bali. Arun bowls the in-swinging balls, off-cutters. That's what he does, and he bowls that very effectively. He has been part of the USA team when we played the three-nation tournament against Canada and West Indies. So here he is bowling his third ball from over the stumps. Short run-up, about 10, 12 yard run-up. Comes into bowl to Sunny Singh. Sunny hits hard, straight to mid-off. Just at the 30-yard circle, right at mid-off, no runs. Hit very hard by Sunny Singh. Sunny hits the ball very hard indeed, very hard.
Beautiful ball there. I mean, just kind of outside the off stump, and good bounce and carry here, the wicket, Arun. Again, credit to these folks. I mean, set up a beautiful wicket there. The ball seems to be, getting some good bounce. I mean, slight movement as well. It'll be interesting to see how the next 5 overs turn out to be, but good carry, and, Arun's getting some good pace as well. So Sunny, you were talking about Sunny, obviously the Northern California region, that's where he is from, and has been a very active cricketer, right, from the past, has played some great cricket. In general, a very aggressive style that he tends to take. Good connector of the ball, very strong. So it'll be interesting to see how the next 5 overs go, Arun.
Yeah, and I think that seems like the strategy of Parag Ananta, the captain of the Reds. Captain of the Reds team, and looks like he was trying to send the aggressive guys at the top end and see what it brings to the team. Middles this one very well. Just to the left of a mid-off fielder who's on the 30-yard circle, right on the boundary of the 30-yard circle for a single. I like the way he's middling the ball, Shah.
He is. Batting beautifully. Very strong in the week.
And here it is at the end of the first over. Is it 5 for no loss? 4 for no loss. And let's see who's coming into bowl.
And of course, in the interest of time, there was a decision made to, bowl one-sided and then switch after the 20 overs. So we have Humayun coming in to continue the proceedings. Again, a very good bowler. Tends to swing both ways. So again, it'll be interesting to see what the wicket actually does, how it plays. We got Sunny, who likes to take it on, and Balbir. Both. Pretty familiar, I would say, in terms of being able to open and play top order. So Humayun to come in to bowl the second over.
Humayun is from Houston, and we've had the pleasure of seeing him, Shah, for quite some time as a pretty prominent cricketer, even before he turned 50. Represented the region, you know, Central West team. I was trying to get that. Here he is, bowls the first ball outside the off stump and left alone by Sunny. Called a wide. A well prepared wicket, I would say, as of now. Here's Humayun bowling this one. Hit straight to straight to covers, no runs there. Very hard hitting batsman, Sunny Singh. I like the way he middles the ball. It's unfortunate for him that it's going straight to the fielder, but I think once he finds his gaps, there it is. Hits another one quite hard, and they amble across for a single. Here's Bully getting ready to play Humayun. Humayun is a steady line and length bowler, very nagging length. And this one he tries to hit him straight, mistimes it, goes to short third man, and that one for a single. Bully's off, rotating the strike. Sorry, that was Sunny rotating the strike. This this is the typical Humayun that we know. Bowls outside the off stump, called a wide again, but he has that nagging length that that we always like to see Humayun continue to do. Once he finds his line, he's probably a tough bowler to be facing. This one is more a Humayun ball, I would say. Ball just on the off stump, going away. As I said, nagging length forces you to either leave it alone or play a shot, which is quite risky with a slip and a gully. Here's Humayun coming into bowl. Played that to covers, straight to covers, no runs there. Humayun gets to finish his overs very fast. I'm kind of impressed with how he does that. Gets to his run up very quickly. Here he is coming into bowl. Down the leg, and that's a wide. Humayun is still getting his bearings. Drives this to backward point, and that's for a single. Very well stopped there, and that's for a single. End of an over. Not so impressive. There were 3 wides in this over, I believe. Still trying to get his bearings right. Humayun is one of the regular features. Has played for the U.S. team and did very well when we played the 3-nation tournament against West Indies and Canada. A good right arm medium pacer. Doesn't try, in my books, he doesn't try too many things, just knows how to bowl his line and length. and so is Arun. Arun's more an off in swinging off cutter bowler, whereas Humayun is a outswinging, not as much of a leg cutter, but an outswinging bowler. He allows the ball to swing. Uh, hasn't been successful in this previous over, so let's see how he does it now, Shah.
Bat. Great ball. Came in pretty sharp. And Bali lucky in some ways. I mean, got a thick inside edge and good bowling there by Arun. And that's his stock ball. I mean, incoming delivery came in pretty sharp. And just for the benefit of the audience, some context here in terms of this camp, the purpose, and a little shot in length, coming in nicely to the batsman, just kind of stubbing it, pushing it towards point. No run, sensible cricket. So the Masters over 50s scheduled to actually head towards Barbados in November, and a lot of ways looked at as a mini World Cup. It has countries like England, Wales, UAE, India, West Indies, Canada, USA, all scheduled to take part in this tournament. And a thick outside edge, just past the second slip there, and 2 runs, very comfortable 2 runs there by Balbir Singh. Again, a great delivery, little shot in length, trying to play towards point or covers, but getting a thick outside edge and going past the gully fielder to his right. 2 runs there. Like they say, I mean, end of the day, it's the runs. It doesn't really matter how they come. The tournament again in November, U.S. Again, in some ways, expected to be contenders, especially based on what happened in Houston. The Champions Trophy that was scheduled in March between Canada, USA, and West Indies. USA was the champion. So looking at the probables lineup, I think it's filled with talent. I mean, it's great cricketers. And this camp serves as sort of an initial precursor to establishing a final team that's expected to go to Barbados. And of course, post-tournament, the Big Brother Cup, I believe, is what it's referred to as. So past post-tournament, the plan is for the U.S. to again name a squad and prepare for the World Cup, which is scheduled to be held in Cape Town, South Africa. A beautiful shot there, a little uppish, but played towards cover, and 2 comfortable runs. Nicely connected there by Balbir Singh. And again, uppish, cover drive, very strong in that area, mid-off, covers, shot. So that's generally where he likes to attack. And a good shot there. So comfortable looking shot. So Arun, I mean, your thoughts on the preparation for Barbados and then, of course, the World Cup?
That's another good delivery outside the off stump. Beaten by that ball. Arun finished his second over. Yeah, Shah, some of the things that folks may or may not know is the level of intensity that I see. That is absolutely amazing, because folks, we're talking about people who are between 50 and 60 years here, and if you see the level of enthusiasm, the efforts that they put on the field, it's absolutely amazing that you see such hard work by these guys. That I am very impressed. I know I had the opportunity to play after 50, and I respect that. And here is Humayun getting ready to bowl his second over. Some of the things that folks need to understand as far as Masters is concerned. Played this one defensively, no runs. I see Humayun trying to get his line and length together. More the line that was missing in the last over. So it'd be interesting to see that. But, these 30 probable folks, that's a very good ball. Off his pads. That's a very good single indeed. I like the way they're running hard between the wickets. This one went straight to mid on, who was right at the 30-yard circle and went quite hard. That generally would not have been a single, but they ran very well together. And I like that part of this game when they run decisively. Off the pads is what I hear, Shah. Okay. That's why I was thinking that. Oh, here is Bully trying to swing this down the lakeside, and was not particularly a good ball, but he was trying to swing it and hit it hard down the lakeside, and ended up nudging it to the keeper. So here is Ayaz Sheikh. Ayaz is from Dallas and has been is one of Dallas's star batsmen in the over 50s. A very aggressive bat. Once he gets going, it's very interesting to see him bat. He's very aggressive, just like Sunny Singh. End of the over, 15 for 1. And 15 for 1 at the end of 4. I would say it's an even game at this stage, 15 for 1. I mean, the runs were coming. They ran hard between the wickets. Bully and Sunny ran hard between the wickets. One of the things that that impresses me about the over 50s, 60s, and 40s for folks that do not know what Masters is all about. Masters is very unique that it encourages people who are over the age of 40. That we have a over 40s World Cup. Here's Ayaz hitting this hard to mid off, wide mid off, and they amble across for the second with a little misfield. Sunny Singh was the striker of that ball. Arun T coming into bowl. Plays this to short mid on, and no runs there. Arun is one of those that bowls a wicket to wicket. I would call him a wicket to wicket bowler with a good in cutting bowl. Cuts it in. This one is cutting in, going probably between middle and leg, going down the leg a little bit. He he plays this so well to short mid on, no runs. This one was a very good ball, just not the length for you to be uh, just not the length for you to be hitting that and taking a swing at it. But Sunny does take a swing at it, misses it completely, and no runs. Goes to the keeper. Keeper is Shafiq. Shafiq was part of the U.S. national team that played the Three Nation tournament, um and a very instrumental member of the South strikers, the South team from Houston. A very smart cricketer, Shafiq. Good bat, very good keeper. Has has a good brain, good cricketing brain. Here's this one. Yeah, plays this one. Very technically very sound looking defensive shot by Sunny. Back to the bowler. Here's Arun coming into bowl. Down the leg. Probably a wide, and it is. Uh, End of the over. It's 18 for 1 at the end of 5. Humayun coming into bowl. Ayaz facing Humayun. Ayaz is also an extremely aggressive bat. Very pretty to watch when he gets going. And it's going to be a good battle with Humayun coming into bowl from outside on the coming from over the stumps. Plays this one to short cover point. So right in between the point and cover fielder for a single, to the left of the cover fielder for a single. Folks, I have with me an amazing cricketer from yesteryears, and he's still playing so well. It gives me great pleasure to introduce Ramki. That's the name he goes by, Ramkishan Hanumara, who has played for Andhra in first class Andhra Ranji Trophy cricket. Went on to play South Zone, which is absolutely amazing, which means one level below playing for India. Was in the Dennis Lilly camp of fast bowlers. Again, a very proud thing and a very rare thing for people to be in that camp. And went on to play, would you believe, went on to play rest of India, which means just one step short of playing for India. Here he is, Ramki, as he goes by. Ramkishan is his full name, Ramkishan Hanumara. Ramki, welcome. Welcome to Davis and welcome to Masters, as you've been a part of it and a very proud and important part of it as our new ball bowler. Ramki, by the way, is a left-arm fast bowler. Was at least a fast bowler. He's a good medium pacer now. Very effective. Reminds me of Wasim Akram, the way he bowls that left arm over. Comes in from or left arm over the stumps and bowls that both ways, coming in and going out. Very warm welcome to you, Ramki. Welcome to Davis, California. What do you think of cricket here and the standards of Masters, considering the fact that you've played at such high levels?
Thank you, Arun Bhai. It's pleasure sitting with you and being seeing you here. It's always happy to see you. The cricket, the as such, the over 50s, the talent-wise, it's amazing to see. Most of the guys are like, all the guys are talented, basically. And being with you is being a syndicate bank player. I'm happy to be here with my syndicate bank mate, and this is where I learned cricket. Most of my cricket I learned is with syndicate bank. Yeah. So this is amazing. The wicket is like amazing. The way they did this ground, the way they everybody, the groundsman did his job. It's amazing to see the cricket is going this great. Thank you, Arun Bhai.
So Ramki, we've seen 6 overs being finished between the two new ball bowlers, Arun T and Humayun. What do you think of the wicket currently, and how is it behaving in your opinion?
Yes, such both the bowlers bowled very well, bowling up, and I just saw only couple of balls they bowled short, which were like the ball is coming a little bit stopping and coming, but still both the bowlers bowled up. So it's good to see the paces are bowling up, and the wicket is playing good.
Yeah, here's a beautiful shot. Beautiful shot by Sunny. As we were talking about it, Sunny is an aggressive bat, and here he is. Let go this one over wide mid off for a boundary. The first boundary for a six, and the first boundary in this case a six by the Reds team, by the Orange team. Uh, Beautiful shot over wide mid off by Sunny Singh. Sunny Singh has always been one of those an impressive bat to watch when he gets going. The mid off has been moved to long off right now, or past the 30-yard circle at least. Still a long ways to the boundary, so it's an interesting position. It's an interesting position. He's walking back into the 30. Hits this one to long on, and cannot take the second. It's a good stop by the long on fielder. Dilip Chawan was at long on, did not allow the second. They were thinking of the second, did not allow the second. So tell me your impression of what of our performance this March when Masters over 50 invited two nations, Canada and West Indies, to come play, and this was in Houston. And what was your impression of those teams and how we fared against them overall?
The first thing I would say, I'm very happy to say in the Mosa Stadium, which is like amazing to play in that ground, and the facilities they have there, which is like unbelievable for me. I mean, seeing the standards what they had and everything at Mosa, it is amazing. And playing with this Canada and West Indies, those guys are really, really competitors, and the cricket was really, we played real hard cricket, and we learned a little bit, definitely, because the only reason is those guys are experienced and we are experienced. As US, I mean, I'm proud to say that we won, and that is because of product and the team. Team, we as a team won the game. That's all I would say. And the cricket was really, 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 really good.
Here was an excellent run. Ramki, thank you. That was very good. Folks, for those that probably don't know enough about the background of this, uh, USA Masters USA started playing beginning of last year, somewhere in March of last year. And what is amazing is that development and growth and what we've seen so far with Masters from the time it started last March. Uh, we then uh, went to play against Canada and West Indies in Canada for a three-nation tournament in last August, where we were beaten comprehensively by those two teams, um, by Canada and West Indies. Uh, but and then we went on to play against England and Wales. We went on to play against England and Wales in September. So we had two international tours last year, and we were beaten quite comprehensively in those tours. And but boy, did we learn to play and play hard and well on turf wickets. Ramki, that's another thing that people need to understand, that Masters only plays on turf wickets, and which is an amazing standard. It's a brand standard for Masters Cricket USA. And so here are people in America, 95% of the games are played on concrete AstroTurf wickets. And so it was a big learning curve last year when we quickly had to learn how to play on turf wickets. Not for you and not for a few folks, but majority of the folks have only played on concrete all their life in America. If they've been here for 20, 30 years, they've only played on concrete. So two things, like you mentioned, we are blessed to be playing at Musa and also at Prairie View Complex, which are all turf wickets, all in Houston, just like Woodley. And we are blessed, and so is Davis out here. This wicket, I'm very impressed already. Playing very true. Looked like a green top wicket, but it's playing so true. So hats off to Masters Cricket USA for doing all that it has done to be what it is today. We now have the 30 probables that are here at Davis, and that's the purpose of this event here. And these two games are tryouts to help us pick a team that needs to go to Barbados next month, first of next month. And it's an 8-nation tournament. So that's almost a mini World Cup is how they're terming it. And I can't wait to see what USA has to offer. I know that some folks, due to employment here and family commitments, cannot make it to Barbados. But at the end of the day, to me, you play with what you got. This is what I believe in, and this is what the team needs to believe in, that we will give it everything we got with who we have. I'm sure, Ramki, you. And here was a close call for a run out. A close call for a run out. So Ramki, what is your general view of the wickets that you've played in Houston? You've had the opportunity to play on the wickets in Houston at Woodley, and now at Davis, which are all the places that Masters has ever played in USA. So, what is your general opinion of the wickets, and is there anything we can do to get better? And what's your opinion on that?
The Musa Stadium, the wicket is really flat. To be frank, uh, it needs to have little bit grass. Probably they are working on it. I saw them international games on the YouTube, I guess, and the wicket is kind of really flat.
Yeah. So here's a end of the over from Humayun. That last ball was a very impressive ball by Humayun, beating the bat outside the off stump. This is Humayun's specialty. He really bowls a very good nagging length, either coming in or going out slightly, but very nagging length. And one of the things I notice, and I like to notice, Ramki, is I watch the action of any bowler, whether it's a fast bowler or a spinner. Uh, I always look for an action that is repetitive. Is this an action that can be repetitive? And if it is, then you can find consistency in that bowler. And whenever I talk to kids, and this is what I try to teach them, whatever it is, if it is all kinds of funny movements, you won't be able to be consistent. You could come up with a very good ball, but at the end of the day, right. So the technique becomes an important factor, and part of what technique helps you is you can become repetitive, and that's what you would find in most any top level bowler at any international cricket to any domestic cricket in India or anywhere in the world, first class cricket. You'll find all of these guys have that incredible consistency in their action, whether it's a leg spinner, off spinner, they or a medium pacer or a fast bowler. They all have that one innate ability to repeat that same thing over and over, which means the body, the shoulder, the head, everything has that same movement or same repeatable motion. What do you think of that, Ramki?
Absolutely correct, Arun. But you have to have steady motion to have to get the pace, to get the. I mean, if you are a spinner, you need to again have to have your left armor. If you are a left armor, you need to have your right arm really, really guiding you. If you are a right armor, left arm should be guiding you, and it has to follow through everything together. That way, you get the every, everything in motion. That's what I call it, and basically, I follow that rule all my life. I mean, since I'm playing, so that is what I've been taught. It has to be in single motion. It doesn't have to have a two motions where your body is like and then wayward and the front arm is going somewhere else and your body is somewhere else. That means you're bowling wides, and basically it tells like when you're bowling wide, that means your action is wrong. Basically, something in the action is wrong.
Very true. Very true. Himanshu is. There's a bowling change. Himanshu, the left arm spinner, has come on to bowl. Himanshu did very well in the last tournament, Ramki. He got a lot of wickets, which is why he is here in the probables. A left arm spinner. Hits this straight to me. A short mid wicket single was. At short. beautiful cover drive uh, for 4 runs off of Himanshu's bowling. Here's Himanshu, bowls this one. Mistimes it, goes to where shot third man would have been for a single. Was not intended to go there, but anyway. Himanshu has been amongst wickets in our last tournament, obviously, which is something that qualified him to be here in this event of the what's been termed as Camp Davis. Folks, end of the over, but folks, it would be so wrong on my part if I didn't recognize this one human being without which there would be no Masters Cricket USA. Let me repeat that. Without this one human being, there would never have been a Masters Cricket USA. And this gentleman lives, breathes, dreams, thinks only Masters. And because of all of these incredible innate ability to not only think but to execute, to utilize and bring folks together, all these are amazing qualities of a leader, and we have amongst us that such a leader. The man that created Masters Cricket USA, Dr. Parakananta, and he's sitting right next to me, and always a pleasure talking to this guy. Always a pleasure. An amazing human being and selfless in his efforts to create cricket in America for a unique level of cricket, a unique group of people. This is for people who are over 40, over 50, and also over 60. And I would stop talking and let this amazing gentleman say a few words about Masters Cricket USA and what's going on in the world of cricket as we speak out in Australia and everywhere else. Welcome, Dr. Parakananta. Welcome.
Arun bhai, that was very generous. Thank you very much. And you and everybody else know that it has been such a team effort. This has been such an incredible experience for all of us. And through this journey of Masters, we've got to meet so many incredible people. And it's been a true blessing. Really appreciate your kind thoughts and comments. And yes, Masters is still a young organization, growing rapidly, if I may say so, probably a little too rapidly for us to keep up with. But we are just trying to hang on and do the best we can. That was an in-swinger from Mohsin, and a close call. There's another. I mean, Masters is filled with incredible individuals. The gentleman who's umpiring today, Noman Bhai. Again, most of Masters is self-funded. This is a gentleman who traveled all the way from Dallas to here, paying his own money just to help us out with everything in terms of organization, and he's volunteered his time to even umpire today. And it is such incredible people that is making this organization grow, Arun bhai. And it's been such a fun experience for all of us. Again, a beautiful shot by Ayaz off his toes. A big outfield here at Davis. Again, thanks to Dan and Ryan, we are enjoying this beautiful facility in Davis. As far as Masters cricket goes, now we have grown to 3 divisions. We have an over 40, an over 50 and an over 60 group. At this present time, the over 60s representing Masters Cricket USA in Australia. Again, over pitch ball, I think hit Ayaz on the full, perhaps missing the leg stump. Obviously, difficult to say from our vantage point, but the batsman survives anyway. Yes, the over 60s team is at present in Queensland, Australia, for the World Cup, where 12 teams are participating. Unfortunately, the first two games got washed out, but they'll be on display tomorrow. The over 40s, we are having a 12-team tournament in Houston from October 9th to 15th. We've had such an incredible response where we had about nearly 500 players register for the over 40s tournament, and we had a tough time paring that down to 12 teams. Hopefully in the future we'll kind of figure out a way to expand it and see if we can get all 500 to be able to play. And obviously the over 50s, this is camp of the probables. So if we may say so, these probably are kind of the best players that we thought would be representing the USA Masters over 50s. We have a tournament coming up in Barbados in November. And obviously all of us are looking forward to the World Cup in March in 2023. So a lot on the agenda, a lot on our plates, and we are doing the best we can, and it's been a fun ride, Arun bhai.
Absolutely, Parag bhai. Some really impressive cricketers. Just like as I was talking earlier to Ramki, who almost played for India. I mean, what else can we ask for to be a part of this body and play with us? Just an amazing group of people. And like I mentioned yesterday, this started last year. We had a 4-team tournament in Houston last year in March. Is that March? In April. In April of 2021, we had 4 teams that were over 50. That the Vision of Parak and also another gentleman, Syed Shanawaz, their vision, their together teamwork, I would say, that brought all this together in Houston. And from that 4, we jumped to a 10-team tournament, 8-team tournament in Los Angeles at Woodley Park. And I mean, look at the jump. And that was in July. Just like that, from 4 teams, we were able to come up with 8 teams and had a very successful tournament in Los Angeles at Woodley Park, which was at one time the only place where we had turf wickets in this country. They had it since 1980s, so I actually happened to play in 1984 at Woodley. So they've been, I don't know since when they had it, but I played in 84. Anyway, so from 4 teams, we moved to 8 teams in July. And from there, again, the vision of Parak and the connections of Parak, we went out to play and get invited to play a 3-nation tournament in Canada in August. Again, amazing commitment of people, amazing leadership by you, Parak, to be able to assemble and bring people to go in and playing this. And from there we ended up with. From there we went on to tour England and Wales in September, and then came back to play an Open in November with 12 teams. And it's just unbelievable. And along with that, we also managed to come up with a over 60s in, I believe, in July. So here it is, the growth of 50s maturing so quickly, and then we had the 60s, and now, amazingly, we have taken on this arduous task of putting an over 40s group together. And lo and behold, we just started, and we now have 12 teams. We had a lot more, by the way, but we have restricted it to 12 teams to play in the upcoming over 40s Open in Houston coming up in October. Parag, while the game's going on, again, I apologize for not talking about the game that's going on, but there is so much of information that we want to pass on to people about what Masters is all about. Parag, your comments about the 40s, my friend.
Again, the 40s we knew was a big challenge. A lot of players registered, which we did expect, actually a little above expectations. 500 was not something we had anticipated, but um, and this are some of the more competitive cricketers who are still playing active competitive cricket, national tournaments. So that will be a good tournament, good quality of cricket. Um, and even the over 50s that you're watching here, um, I think the quality of cricket is excellent with some good fielding, good bowling, and some excellent batting. Most of these players are still playing actively in their leagues, and if I may say so, probably performing at the best. Himanshu, again the left-arm bowler, who played for US in the three-nation tournament, um, and here's Sunny, beautiful lofted on drive for a six. Sunny is a gentleman from San Francisco area who's been known in US circles as a big hitter. Um, Surprisingly, today he has actually toned down his game a little bit, and he is playing some amazing cricket, Arun by picking the balls to hit. Obviously, he had one chance, but I mean, I guess that comes with the territory of you trying to play aggressive. But he's playing some smart cricket today.
Agreed. Um, Masters is a self-funded body, and so some of the things that Masters is that we are proud of is that agreed it's players pay to play concept is there, but we are a non-profit entity. We are a 501c3 body, and we 11 overs. The score is 49 for one. So we're just around 4 to 5 runs and over, almost 4.5 runs and over. And while this game is going on, folks, I think it's very important, and I feel imperative that we talk about Masters overall, because we do get very few opportunities to be getting together and talk about the growth of Masters and what people can do to help Masters. Or some of the listeners who are here, who are part of Masters probably, or who are family of Masters, I would strongly request that they take the time to look at masterscricketusa.com, find out what they can do to help a non-profit entity in any which way they can. I don't mean to bring this up, Parag Bhai, but these are all so important for a body that is growing at an incredible pace. And here's a brilliant shot. Ayaz is another impressive, hard-hitting bat, just like Sunny Singh. He's also a very impressive hard-hitting bat. He's from Dallas, and Sunny is from the San Francisco Bay Area, just a couple of hours away from here in Davis. Talking about Davis, what an amazing wicket Dan and Ryan have given us today. Uh, just a brilliant wicket, playing very true. Probably more in favor of a batsman, if you ask me. And I think Sanjeeva is probably going to regret this decision to field first. Another beautiful shot by Ayaz through through covers. Ayaz plays that very well through covers. Some of his favorite areas are covers all the way through to mid wicket. He's been placed some very effective drives and lofted shots over mid on and mid off. He has had some good knocks for us. At least one I remember in England, I believe, Parag Bhai.
No, Ayaz is a great teammate. Always positive in his thinking. And he had a fantastic tour of England. I think he top scored for our team there. I think he had about 350s on that tour. And just a fantastic person to be, and a lovely teammate, apart from being obviously a good cricketer. And yes, that was a beautiful cover drive and the lofted shot over the bowler. Um, and coming back to the funding of Masters, Arun Bhai, obviously yes, it is a self-funded entity, but we are trying to do everything possible to make it affordable to as many people as possible. We have had the luck of having a few sponsors, and hopefully once the word gets out there, there'll be more people willing to help Masters out to make these games, these tours and tournaments more affordable to everyone. Um, Again, a beautiful day in Davis. At the moment, the temperature is likely to go up to 105 degrees today, but it is kind of dry heat. Again, thanks to Dan and Ryan for giving us this facility. The pitch is a little bit of dew there, so the ball is gripping and seaming a little bit. The Masters Blues team is off to a decent start of 56 for 1, given the conditions and given the good bowling spells done by Humayun, by Arun Tolador, and Mohsen. Himanshu was a little unlucky. There was a catch dropped off his bowling. There were a few close LBW shouts, but all in all, I think it's a decent start for the team. 56 for 1. And I think a reasonable total on this would be around 230, 240, I think is par on this wicket. I would expect obviously to dry out a little bit, start to get a little easier. So given the heat, we are trying to be a little flexible. So what we are doing is bowling 10 overs from one side, so that hopefully we will be able to survive this 45 over game for the over 50s in 110-degree temperatures. Most Masters tournaments are indeed an exercise in endurance. Fitness usually is indeed the key. A beautiful shot by Ayaz and a good feeling by Dilip. Himanshu bowls with a little bit of variation. Tosses the ball up, gives the ball a chance to turn, and also has the arm ball. With me, I have Chintan Patel, who is a well-known cricketer in the New Jersey circles. His nephew, Monank, is actually plays for the USA cricket team, and he is the captain of the USA cricket team. And Chintan has joined the over 50s Masters community on his last tournament in May. And obviously he's been very impressive, and he's here for the the camp at Davis. Chintan, I wanted to just get your thoughts about Masters in this game. If you could say a few words, please.
Thank you, Parag. Hello, Arun bhai. Yes, to answer your question, for me personally, Masters is one of the best thing that has happened, and I'm so glad that I'm introduced to this version, this format, and my first experience has made me a lifelong fan of this whole setup. That from day one when I played first tournament in May in Houston for 50 plus, I made up my mind that I mean, more and more masters should join and experience this. The level of cricket is also improving. It is getting competitive day by day, and I mean, always looking forward for for the next tournament for masters. So now with masters and regular season, regular cricket going on, it seems from many cricketers from northeast they can look forward for a, I would say, 3 quarters of a year full of cricket. You know.
And I might mention here that Chintan plays very active cricket. He also plays for the minor league cricket in the USA. Like he said, the more Masters is spreading, the more there is visibility, and hopefully we'll get better players coming and playing and increasing the level of competition and adding to the spirit of Masters.
One of the things, Parag Bhai, wanted to talk about Chintan. Chintan is a very good left arm all rounder. Has played for the U.S. Team, regular U.S. team at one time, and he had a very good tournament in May in Houston. I was very impressed. I was commentating at that time, and Chintan, you really impressed us with both your batting and bowling. Welcome to Masters, and hopefully want to see a lot more of you as time goes by.
Yeah, if I may add, yes, he is a great batsman. He's a good bowler and a fantastic fielder, but more importantly, he's an awesome teammate. He was on my team, which won the national championship, and he had a big part to play in that.
Thank you, Parag. I'll repeat myself that after, even while playing, even after going back to my hometown in New Jersey, I made sure people got to the level of getting bored, that the amount of discussion I had with my teammates, that more and more people should join. When I got introduced to this version, and imitating this version, we have started our own masters in New Jersey. We are trying to in fact, as we speak, game is on in New Jersey right now. We have 4 teams for 45 plus. So this is the first attempt we have made, again thanks to masters, masters USA, that when a few players from New Jersey, we experience what kind of cricket we can play and what it brings. And this is more than cricket. Masters is more than cricket. You make so many friends across the country, so many fellow Asians, people from Caribbean. We make new friends, and this whole experience we want to inculcate in New Jersey and see whatever local level we can do. So it has been added bonus. Playing here personally as a player, I'm satisfied, and also as an ambassador, we can do same thing in New Jersey.
No, I appreciate that, Chintan. Yes, that has been the whole vision. Actually, if you go back to the history of Masters, there are 3 gentlemen who kind of initially started this. It'll be amiss of me not to mention the names: Sterling Hammond, Jim Morrison, and Roger Malt. 3 gentlemen: Sterling from Australia, Jim Morrison from New Zealand, and Roger Malt from South Africa. It was their vision of saying, let's get something started and let's see if we can spread out from top down. And that's exactly what's happening. Initially, they had their first World Cup in 2018, where I think they had 8 or 10 teams. I can't remember right. The second World Cup had 12, and now the third one in 2023 is going to have 14 teams. But again, more importantly, we call this the Masters experience, like you rightly said, Chintan. It's more than just playing the game. It's we have fun doing stuff outside the cricket field, and we've made friends for life. Mohsin trying his best here to get a breakthrough. Maybe a tad unlucky in that over. Again, a great in-swing bowler. He can move the ball both ways, and he's got an interesting leg cutter that he bowls, which is really tough to pick up for the batsman. Um, Shafiq standing up to Mohsin. The batsman to prevent the batsman from negating the swing and standing outside his crease. That's a good ploy, especially for Mohsin.
I mean, one thing I'm very much impressed, and I hope more and more, tournaments can imitate, is that Masters' insistence that we will play cricket on real turf. It's a huge, huge bonus. It's a huge plus. We all getting this opportunity to play on like semi-international level, grounds which are very lightning fast, light grass, turf wickets, two umpires, live streaming, live commentary. So this experience is worth it. It's like more you can bargain for. So I mean, I know I'll keep on promoting it because this is first an experience, and there are, as I said, along with playing good cricket on good infrastructure, very good management, lot of volunteers, so many people are coming, spending their time and energy to make this thing happen. So this whole experience it doesn't end on the ground. Once we leave the ground, we go back to the hotel, we all stay together, we socialize, we have dinner together, pool parties. So it's a whole package. I cannot emphasize enough on how big the ambassador has been Master Cricket for overall the game of cricket. So now people who are playing active cricket in your 20s and 30s, don't stop. Keep looking forward, keep yourself fit, keep yourself in shape, and keep working out, because you have 40 plus, 50 plus, 60 plus cricket in future, and that too in facilities which are like great, A grade facilities, grounds, umpires, pitches. So that is another thing I want to emphasize, that people who are busy right now playing, keep playing, because your second inning is gonna start very soon.
Thanks for that, Chintan. Yes. When we started Masters, we said, listen, if we are going to spend time, take time out, spend money to get to these places and play, we want to make sure we try to play on the best facilities. Now, obviously, I mean, USA has a big handicap in terms of facilities. For people living in England, Australia, this is probably commonplace. Playing on grass wickets, they won't even fathom thinking about playing on AstroTurf. Unfortunately, the way cricket is in the USA, not being a mainstream sport, most of us play either on matting wickets or on AstroTurf, on cement wickets, which people who have played cricket know is not real cricket, right? I mean, when people the terms that come out of cricket, the sticky wicket, the pitch plays a part in the game. It all is because of the variation of grass wickets. So this is a real fun experience that all of us are having, and hopefully we continue to do this, not lower our standards, and that's where again, if we get help from sponsors, it'll make this very good and affordable experience to most players. Again, Himanshu bowling a reasonably tight line, but I think that's an excellent piece of fielding there at long on. Stopped a certain four by Humayun. I think Sunny and Ayaz have got their eye in right now, and they are playing reasonably smart. There is some purchase in the wicket. I think the ball kind of is turning a little bit if you bowl slow enough. But there is enough, I think, scoring balls, if I may put it that way, that if you're patient enough, even in spite of the wicket, you will get opportunities to score.
So, talking about masters, one of the things that I think is absolutely important for people to remember and understand is that we have really raised the brand standards for cricket in America. We will we will only play on turf wickets. We have live streaming and commentary of our games. All these are rarities for games or cricket in America, and these are things that we as masters are very proud of. Uh, Other than that, we also have some very good entertainment during the whole week of our week-long tournaments when we have an open and when we have 12 teams. We have week-long entertainment. We have a great way to meet and greet people on the very first day, and we have dinner on that night and uniform distribution and have a get-together. Incredible place for networking, which is the most important thing for people, especially people who are over 40 and over 50 and over 60. They're for the over 40s. They probably are looking to develop their career path as well. And here is Masters Cricket USA that can network with people who are in the 50s. For all the guys who are in the 40s, can network with the guys in the 50s who are at very high levels in their life, very well situated, and this networking is what's probably going to help all of them. And my over 60s that is now playing in Queensland, Australia, really impressive that even Cricket USA today sent out a notification recognizing and wishing them all the very best. In fact, we had some very, very good recognitions recently. We had Sunil Gavaskar, we had Kapil Dev, and as recently as yesterday, we had Dilip Vengsarkar wishing our Masters cricket and specifically our over 60s World Cup team that's in Queensland, Australia, which is very impressive. So we are getting recognized world over by some of the greatest folks that cricket has ever seen. And this is not going to stop, folks. So come join us, be a part of this body, and help cricket grow in America at multiple levels. So we, folks, here it is. The score is 73 for 1. We have Ayaz and Sunny Singh batting, both looking very impressive indeed. Once again, folks, I have with me probably the most important guy for Masters Cricket USA. As much as he may not accept it, believe me, believe me, it is very important that people recognize such amazing folks. Syed Shanawaz is a director for Masters Cricket USA, and oh my God, just an amazingly intelligent human being that puts Masters and has put Masters on the path to a great success because of his foresight, his ability to think, his ability to execute. Here's Parag, who can, I would say, who could shoot from the hip and come up with thoughts And here is Shanawaz, we call him Shah. Here is Shah that thinks through this whole process and then makes things happen and executes it. This body would never be where it is without this guy, Syed Shanawaz, and I'm so proud to say I'm a friend of his, and this guy is just phenomenal with what he does every day. Welcome, Shabai.
Arun Bhai is always very generous, very generous. I'm yet to hear you say something bad about someone. So, not that there are no bad stories or bad a bad side, I should say, to people. But again, jokes apart, thank you so much. And this is a wonderful initiative, and I'm so glad it's happening. Right? I mean, when we look back and see the amount of things we were able to do collectively as a team, right, in less than 2 years. I mean, that's phenomenal. I mean, I think I can credit to the gentleman who never gave up, who brought this to us, and he believed in this complete concept, if you will. And Dr. Parakananta, I'm so glad he didn't give up, and he still, kept reaching out to all the folks across the country, and so that we could all come together and help make it happen. It's a good break here, 15 overs. Weather-wise, still very comfortable, although I know the prediction is for some warm temperatures later in the afternoon. But at this point, it's beautiful. I mean, some nice, good, bright sunshine and light breeze. Most of the times, blowing in, and I don't think you could have thought of a better setup than what we have right now. That's Mohsin again, continuing. Oh, beautiful drive there. More of a square drive, I mean, towards point, cover, region, and that's 4 runs. A beautiful shot there by Ayaz. Nicely executed. Fuller length ball, sort of outside the off stump. Both looking in great form. I mean, middling the ball, playing sensibly. Sunny being very selective with his approach. I mean, picking the bad balls, going after it. Sensible cricket. I mean, as far as being able to rotate the strike, still focus on keeping the scoreboard ticking. Coming along great for the Reds, and 77 for one. This is the 16th over. So great start for the Reds.
Here is Ayaz. Here's Ayaz square cutting it, or actually late cutting it a little bit, going to backward point for 2 runs. Shah, some of the things that I think is very impressive, and I have to say, just as of today, there was a press release by Cricket USA commenting, recognizing, supporting, and wishing our over 60s team that's in Queensland, Australia, near Brisbane, playing their first ever World Cup of over 60s with 12 countries, I believe, 12 countries that are playing there. Just an absolutely impressive thing that's happening for cricket at all levels, and like I've said before, this is a body that is so unique. We try to bring the best out of people who are over the age of 40, over the age of 50, and now over the age of 60 as well. And God knows how much this is going to help their future as far as their health is concerned, because we have people really working out, playing this level of cricket that we are playing here and that I see. Your thoughts on that, Shah?
Firstly, Arun Bhai, thanks for bringing it up. A shout out to Dr. Atul Rai, who, by the way, big supporter of the Masters, a member of the Masters as well, and I mean, the fact that he just got elected, plus the fact that he's now the chairman of all a great effort there by SP had to kind of lunge, dive forward. Ball kept dropping. Nevertheless, a great effort there. And Mohsen trying to kind of set up. Looks like that's what he was talking about the previous ball. Trying to get the covers, a sweeper fielder, right, to kind of pull in, come in a little, and then of course the guy on the 30, believe it's Raj, squaring up a little, right, trying to bowl to that line and hoping for the batsman to make that mistake. String this down the leg and easy, very comfortable single there by Ayaz. Back to the 60s initiative, again thanks to Atul and the fact that he's the chairman, very excited about all the great things being planned for USA Cricket, and obviously us as Masters, a very proud member of USA Cricket. We were hoping for some support, some sort of acknowledgement, some publicity as far as Masters and the various initiatives. The 60s, as you pointed out, Arun Bhai, wonderful initiative there. Couldn't have been at a better time, right? Our team, we're so proud of the 60s team being in Australia, Queensland. Scheduled to take part in the World Cup. Believe 10 teams. Our unfortunate part is the tournament started a couple of days ago. All games, I believe, have been washed out. It's a little frustrating, of course, and not the kind of start I'm sure the organizers were looking forward to. Nevertheless, Mother Nature, I don't think there's much we can do in terms of being able to control that. But again, as an organization, extremely proud of Mihir Gandhi, the captain, this management staff, the team, the entire contingent, right? I think being there in Queensland, worked extremely hard to prepare for the tournament for months. So looking forward to some great cricket. I hope the folks are listening. It's probably late in the night. Just want them to know we are here rooting for you guys and looking forward to some great games, wins, and hopefully bring the cup back home to the U.S.
They're playing the rest of the world tomorrow. USA plays rest of the world. Big shout out to our USA team and wish them all the very best. And thanks to Kurumbai for all his efforts to be the manager of the team and has done a wonderful job getting this team together. It's not easy to take a team to Australia all the way and new place, new worry about facilities, the places to stay. Excellent throw from SP. SP has been a real strong guy at deep covers. He's not only saved a bunch of runs, here he is, almost got a guy run out. Ayaz run out. Very good throws, very good fielder, a good bat, can bowl a little bit as well. So SP Satyapal Chabra, that's his full name, is an amazing human being, a great strong supporter of Masters cricket otherwise as well. He's part of the body, of the executive body of the over 50s. Amazing how many people pitch in to make this thing so successful. People that jump in, immediately put their hands up and support this body on a day-to-day basis. Here is Mohsin coming into bowl. And folks, I just don't want people to misunderstand that how we're not talking about the game as much. And here's Farhan coming into bowl. I have with me a gentleman that shares my name as well. This guy has been part of the Masters over 50s, has played for the USA team against Canada and West Indies when we beat them comprehensively in Musa, actually in Houston, in Musa and Prairie View. Very impressive win after getting our heinies kicked in Canada when we played the same three-nation tournament. We we were really, really impressive when we beat these two teams twice, very comprehensively, won the championship, and an integral part of that was Arun. I am so sorry, but I cannot say the last name correctly, but I'll try. Tuladur? Tuladur. Arun Tuladur is joining me here. Arun is a medium pacer who has bowled well, bowled the new ball, shared the new ball with Ramki in the Three Nation tournament. Welcome, Arun. Thank you for joining me here.
Yeah, thank you, Arun Bhai. Arun Tholadur here, and yeah, my namesake, Arun Vitala. Glad to be here. Today, obviously, we're playing the Blues versus Reds, and just very thrilled to be part of the Masters organization, as well as part of the USA team that played against West Indies and Canada in the Three Nation tournament. We had a good run there, and here we are today. The Reds versus the Blues probables for the selection to Barbados and the Mini World Cup in Barbados, and eventually the World Cup in Cape Town sometime in the March timeframe. So it's good to be here in Davis. It's going to be a warm day. We started the match a little bit early, obviously. It's nice out there right now, and it'll definitely get warmer as the day goes on. Mohsin back into bowl. That looks close. Noman is unmoved. Mohsin has had 3 big shouts for LBW. All of them have been turned down. I think the first couple were down the legs. This one, perhaps a little close, but Noman's in the best position to make the call, obviously. The umpire is. The pitch here, it's definitely not an easy batting wicket. It's really hard to bat, I would say, and any new batsman that goes in will find it difficult. And so these two batsmen, they've done their job, getting settled, and they need to continue to score the runs, continue to take the innings deep and score as many runs as they can. Hopefully, as I belong to the bowling side for this particular match and we bowl first, I'm certainly hoping that the pitch will ease out a little bit in the second half of the day and batting is a little bit easier in the second half, perhaps. We'll see. The key to this pitch, I think, is getting the ball, like in any pitch, obviously, but every pitch, every surface has a right length to bowl in. And so, the key to the bowler, and obviously that changes depending on whether you're a fast bowler or a spin bowler. And the key is to find that length and try to, keep at it over there. That's a good ball by Mohsin. So, and then variations in pace will always be important on any pitch, but definitely here where the ball tends to grip a little bit the surface. It's very different than Musa, for example, which is a hard clay wicket where the ball will skid on and just come on nicely onto the bat. I'd say that's a batsman's paradise. This one, the batsman has to work really hard to earn runs for sure. And Sunny has hit some really glorious shots. That was a slower ball. And a leg cutter as well on top of it. So Mohsin's a really smart cricketer and a fantastic bowler.
That is, I think, Arun, that's his patent ball, that he has that little slower one, which is a leg cutter. Pretty deceptive because he's always been able to, at least from what I've seen, he's always been able to deceive the batsman with that ball. And like you were talking earlier, given out LBW, here's Sunny given out LBW. There have been quite a few shouts by Mohsin, as you mentioned, Arun. Obviously, we are not in the best angle to look at it to be able to say if he was out or not out, but there were quite a few shouts by Mohsin. And Mohsin has that innate ability to appeal quite aggressively, and nothing wrong with that. It's a good appeal, and sometimes they're right and sometimes they're not. But you were talking about something earlier that caught my attention. It is about figuring out the length through bowl, an extremely well batted innings. So while we were talking about that, one of the things that that brought what you said brought attention to me was it is so critical for a bowler to quickly figure out a wicket. Every wicket is different. Even if there was a wicket adjacent to this wicket, Arun, is different, and you have to know the length to bowl, and you have to pick that up very quickly. And that is something that I don't find a lot of bowlers quickly doing it. To know as soon as they bowl a ball or two, saying, "Hey, here's the pace on this wicket, here's the bounce on this wicket, and this is where I need to land in order to be effective." Because you don't get too many chances in this game, especially the 40 and 45 over games. You don't get too many chances, especially as a bowler. If you're not impressive in the first few, you may never get to bowl again in the whole match.
Yes, you're absolutely right. And today, as we went into bowl, so I'll speak for myself personally. I swing the ball quite a bit, and so I like to pitch up the ball, so give the ball enough time to move around. So the first over, I bowled a few balls pitched up, but very quickly it became apparent that you need to pitch it a little bit shorter, get it more on a length, maybe not short of a good length, but perhaps a good length, and maybe even just a little bit more because the ball grips onto the surface and the batsman going forward and will just kind of pop it up potentially. So that being the length to bowl. Mohsin drifting down the legs with Shafiq standing up. Not much he could do about that. Going back to Mohsin, you were talking about him. He's just an aggressive cricketer. He's played a lot of really good cricket. I think grew up in Australia. He played a lot of cricket in Australia. So you can definitely see some of those yeah, exactly. You can definitely see that in him. Incredibly hardworking, very fit guy. And every ball he's trying his very best to get wicket. So yeah, you'll definitely see him appealing quite a bit. And the fourth appeal where he finally got Sunny out, I think Sunny was stuck at the crease and perhaps hit right on the off stump, maybe a little high, but again, Noman in the best place to make that call. It's super hard for us to figure it out from here for sure. Shabhai Syed Shanawaz has actually gone in as the batsman. Ayaz has been there for some time. He came in when Balbir got out, and he's been batting well as well. Ayaz is a dangerous batsman. We were playing in the Champions Trophy USA A. I remember in that match, USA was pretty well on top. USA A was chasing a 200 plus target at that time, and Ayaz came in, and he was settled in very quickly, and then he started tearing us apart. And for a while there, and Mohsin was actually having a very good innings. He was batting quite well, and Ayaz was just in great touch. And it took a spectacular catch by Majid to dismiss Ayaz, and then for a while there, when he was batting. For a while, we were certainly worried. I mean, the run rate was still high, but if there's one guy who could pull it off at that time, it was him. So really an excellent batsman, very aggressive. Oh, that's a lovely ball. An aggressive batsman, yeah. And he's batting well today. Again, not the easiest of pitches to play strokes, this particular pitch. So he's done a good job, and he's hit some really good shots as well.
Farhan is a leg spinner, and one of the unique things that I noticed, Arun, is that in this entire probables, and actually in the entire May Open, I haven't seen leg spinners. He's the only leg spinner that I have seen in over 50s, and that's an incredibly interesting uh, item that it just dawned on me saying, wow, he's the only leg spinner that I've seen. There are left arm spinners. That's a boundary, a nice hit by Ayaz. Farhan had a good open tournament. He had some fairly decent knocks, got a few 40s, and then bowled well in a few games. So yet to be seen how he performs here and what his role might be for the Masters team going forward.
Yeah, that's a good observation. No leg spinners, and I mean he's the only leg spinner. That's very interesting. I'm involved with some of the youth cricket in Southern California, and actually, well, that's taken on the deep square leg boundary line. That was a short pitch ball, good hit by Ayaz, but Fuzzle, a very safe fielder there on deep square leg, pouches it, a good catch right in front of his face. So if he hadn't been in that spot, that was going for a six. So again, Ayaz, definitely a very good shot. I mean, it was a short pitch ball, deserved to be hit. He hit it, and it's just unlucky to find the fielder who's placed perfectly for something like that. Going back to leg spinners, and I was just saying on the youth side, I mean, the kids, they're just a million leg spinners. I just see like there's just a ton of leg spinners among the youth. I see probably less off spin and more leg spin. So it's interesting this. Hey, that deserved to be hit. I mean, you hit the perfect shot. You just found the guy. हाँ एक ही तो उसको निकाल दिया हाँ
Or 5 feet left or right.
The new batsman in is Majid. Majid represented the USA team in the Champions Trophy, and he plays in the Bay Area. He's an accumulator of runs. He just stays there and scores big 70s, 80s, 100s. He just loves to bat and bat and bat. Yeah, number 3, number 4 batsman who just likes to score a ton of runs. Very patient. He's usually very slow in the beginning. He settles down. He's more defensive. But if he stays there 50, 60, 70 balls, you can pretty much guarantee a run a ball type run rate towards the end. In outfields like Musa and Prairie, for example, that's the type of outfield for him. Here, the outfield is a little bit slower, so it'll be interesting to see how Majid will adapt to that and see if he will get off and rotate the strike and score some runs early on. We'll see. Mohsin to continue, and that's a stand and deliver shot by Shabhai. Hits it to long on and a couple of runs over there. That's well bowled by Mohsin, and Shabhai wise to it and stays back and flicks it to third man for a single. Majid's now on strike again. I was talking about Majid as a top order batsman. Scored a couple of 70s. This morning, Humayun and I opened the bowling, and Humayun had a wonderful spell. 4 overs, 1 maiden, 10 runs, and 1 wicket. The 4th over that he bowled was a maiden over. Oh! This is what Arun Vitala was saying. Is Mohsin's patented slower leg cutter. Hits on a length and a little extra bounce. He's bowled this a couple of times today. Very effective. And with the keeper like Shafiq standing right up, it's certainly not easy for the batsman. And certainly for Majid, just new at the crease. That's got to be gone. After bowling that leg cutter, that was a ball angled in, and Majid played all around, all over it. That looked pretty close. That was a really good ball, and a little unfortunate, Majid, to get a ball like that right up early in the innings. He's not very happy with that dismissal, with that decision. You know, most batsmen are not very happy when they're given out LBW. That looked close. We're not in the best angle to be able to make any comments about it. But Numan Bhai out there smack in the middle of that. And, you know, previously there were 2 or 3 good, really hard appeals, very similar to this from off of Mohsin's bowling. And turned them down. So you've got to think that that was out. Hard luck for Majid. JV Vakil is the new batsman in. He's from the Atlanta area. Straight away off the mark, JV, waiting for the ball to come in, and hits it towards the leg side for a single. Mohsin has had a good bowling effort today. He's been a little expensive, but he's definitely picked up the wickets. There were a few bad balls here and there, but for the most part, he's varied the pace and just his natural aggression and moved the ball in as well. He's got a couple of LBWs. And then on the other hand, Farhan has settled into a very nice spell. He's bowled 2 overs for 8 runs. We have played we played 20 overs. The score is 103, and we are for this particular match, just to speed things along, we are playing 10 overs from each end. So we change after 10 and 20. So we're coming back to this end, bowling from what I would say the pavilion end, I guess. With me here is Balbir. Balbir, welcome. And you opened the batting today. Your thoughts on how the pitch is to bat and in general the position that the orange or red team is in right now?
Thank you, Arun. I've been playing on this ground for almost 20 years, and I know the ball swings a lot in the morning. And Arun, who was commenting right now, he was a good swing bowler in swing. So I was playing. I knew that his ball is gonna in swing. So I was playing away from the wicket, and but Himayu was also the other end was swinging the ball outside of the wicket, and so. But we know that the ball, short pitch ball, is come little slow here, so you have to wait for that ball. So that's what happened to me. The ball was a little short, trying to pull that, but got behind. So I think now the pitch is behaving good right now. So ball is coming to the bat, and so let's see. So hopefully 180 to 100 is a good score here against blue team. So Sunny from the Bay Area played really well, and he's been playing on this ground for almost 20 years, and he knows how to use the wicket, and nice couple shots he played. Ayaz on the other hand played really good, but unfortunately he pulled one ball and got caught at the boundary line. And right now Shahnawaz and JV is playing, and Majid got LBW, and bowler was the Mohsin. And the spinners will be dangerous on this ground, and they take a lot of wickets here. Farhan is bowling, and he's a good leg spinner. Nice over pitch ball. So Arun, you played couple of games here. What do you think about this ground?
Actually, I haven't played here. This is my first time. The last, I think there was a series of games before we went to the zonals. I couldn't make it. So this is my first time here in Davis and in this ground. I think the ground is very nice. I know a lot of work has gone into establishing the pitch. There's like 4 strips here, I think. Really nice scenic ground, and from the pitch perspective, certainly if the bowlers pitch it in the right places, it's not easy for the batsmen. But for the batsmen, if they spend time and settle down, there are runs to be had. As Sunny batted really well at the top, and then as you said, Ayaz as well. Both of them scored. Let me see. I think Sunny scored 34, Ayaz 45. Some good boundaries. So I mean, definitely, I would say very early on in the morning, I think today Sanjeeva won the toss and decided to bowl, which, as you said, in the morning the ball does swing. It's a little bit cooler, so easier for the bowlers. And the hope was that the pitch will start to become a little bit easier to bat in the afternoon. As you said, I think now the batting may be just a little bit easier, which makes Sunny's knock and Ayaz's knock all the more impressive, because I don't think it was that easy for you guys to bat, Balbir. You were there. I don't think it was that easy, and you guys batted well to get into that 10th, 5th, 12th over, and then start to score more runs.
Thank you, Arun. Mohsin again changed the end. It's a white ball. And Shah Nawaz is a great hitter. He been known for hitting boundaries, sixers, and everybody's watching his sixers here on Davis Crown. Mohsin, number 7. There was oh shit, he's out. There was a nice ball, and Shah was trying to put that ball on the ground, but fortunately, ball went to the fielder, straight to the hand. Shah got out. Yeah, and fortunately, there was a nice ball and great strokes, but straight to the ball, straight to the fielder. And 5 ball. So 106 for 5. Chintan and JV is on the crease. Chintan is a great player, he's a good fielder. He's a baller, good baller, and today he's going to bat for us. Mohsin, he was struggling in the beginning, but now he has full control. He's changing end. Maybe it's some kind of tactics he's using. Changing the moment he changes the end, he gets some wickets. That was a nice ball, and flicked, trying to get second runs, but nice throw by Farhan. Farhan is a great player. He's a good fielder, nice batsman. He's a leg spinner bowler too. And we have a Sunny who's from Bay Area. I request Sunny to come here and say some few words about the wicket and the bowlers. He scored nice 35 runs, and he's been playing for Cougars for almost 20, 30 years, and he knows this ground very well. So he wants to say a few words about the ground.
Thank you, Balveer. It was a pleasant day this morning, nice and warm, and it was quite tough to play, especially when you were batting first. Ball was moving quite a bit, but also the wicket wasn't hard enough, so we had to really keep our head down, play straight. Now it's kind of getting hard. The wicket's getting hard. It's gone heating up, so it's easier to bat. But still, as you mentioned earlier on, we need to have about 200 runs, and that's doable. Good, we have good batting side, and it's always a pleasure to play in Davis. Ground's beautiful. The outside setting is great. The shades, the tree, the breeze makes it all worth it.
Sunny, thank you. What you 10 years back you played cricket on this ground. What do you see the difference 10 years back and now and the Davis pitch?
I believe this now it's been from scale 1 to 10. 10 years back, I would say probably it was scale 4. Now we're looking at least scale of 7-8. So, which means Dan, the Davis Cricket, and yourself had to put a lot of work on the wicket. You rolled enough. I still believe that we need to roll with a little heavy roller. But again, I know there's restrictions with the city that you can't, roll with a heavy roller. That could be the reason. But it's like I said, to answer your question, it's improved 5-fold, 6-folds since past 10 years.
Thank you, Sunny. Bye. And Mohsin, that is a great ball now. Mohsin is bowling really good. The moment he changes end, he gets wickets. So maybe next time he's going to change. We have Arun Vitala here. Yesterday, his flight was delayed, but he's with us. He's my guru. He teaches, give us good tips all the time, how to play. He played a lot of good cricket back in India, played first-class cricket. And whenever I have trouble, I call him how to, focus on running between. He told me to do the running between wickets, how to hold the bat, where to look at the ball. So those are nice tips he always gave us. Thanks. Really, we appreciate his advice. So Arun, how was your trip? You came last night, 12 o'clock. How's your stay in hotel?
Hey, thanks, Bali. Thanks for your hospitality. You know what? We are looking forward to tonight. And for the folks that have probably not heard, this humble human being sitting next to me, Bali, was so excited to have us over. Tonight he's hosting the whole team of 30 people at his house. I mean, the whole 9 yards, the party, the atmosphere of karaoke and the pool and you name it. But I tell you what is incredibly good that I love is the camaraderie that this Masters has built up. That people want to see each other, spend time with each other, network with each other. It's really, really impressive. And thank you, Bali, for doing what you're doing, hosting us. And when I say hosting, without really commenting about others, true hosting, which means you're taking care of us, not charging us like some folks have. But it's really impressive, and we are thankful. We are blessed to have such relationships, and what an impressive ground, I have to say. The outfield is playing perfectly. The wickets well done, thanks to Dan and Ryan Sahadeo. The gentleman Dan has been part of Davis ground for over 30 years. Can you imagine that? Over 30 years, this man has been responsible and has produced such fantastic wickets here that we've had the pleasure of minor league cricket being played here. Minor league, as you know, folks, is a lot higher standards. All those people are paid folks that are paid to play. And so they are picky about the grounds they play on, and the fact that they're playing here at Davis speaks volumes about this facility. And we are blessed. We are thankful, and thankful to Bully, Dan, Ryan, the local heroes who have been helpful, who've been instrumental in making this event happen here at Davis, California. There were other venues that were fighting to get this probables happening, but boy, did these guys put their hands up and said, we want to take care. And thank you, Bali, for doing all of that.
Thank you, Arun Bhai. Thank you. Thanks for your kind words. JV and Chintan's on the crease. That was a great shot. Pulled over to boundaries. JV and Chintan is building up the partnership. Uh, so so we have a Majid Bhai here who got LBW, and that was a little doubtful. Uh, but we were hoping Majid Bhai to score some runs here. He's been playing on this wicket for almost 20 years, and he knows this ground very well. And he scored a lot of runs on this ground. Majid Bhai, you want to say a few words about this pitch, how the pitch is behaving today in the morning?
Before Majid really gets to talking about this pitch, Bali, I want to say a few words about Majid himself. I mean, Majid is a amazing top order batsman. He's been part of the Masters USA for since last year, and has been a part of the national team that comprehensively beat Canada and West Indies in March. Majid, welcome, and thank you for being a part of Masters. And tell us about this ground and your personal experience and opinion of Masters Cricket USA.
Thank you, Arun Bhai. It's an honor to be with you guys, sitting and be a commentator for today. Um, and also, it's an honor to be in Masters cricket, team. Definitely, this ground has been there for so many years, about 3 decades. It's a wonderful ground, wonderful wicket, beautiful ground to enjoy the cricket in here. In terms of the wicket playing, it's just wonderful, beautiful wicket to bat on. So, you just have to bat on. In fact, back to your own.
Yeah, Majid. Cricket is really growing at a very rapid pace in America today. At all levels. But the youth level, the women's team has taken over in USA. In fact, recently there were some girls from USA that were picked to play in CPL women's team. Some incredible things that are happening for cricket in America, and we are at the right time, at the right place, I think, even though you might turn around and say, well, I'm now 50 plus, but wow, are we giving opportunities for people who are 40 plus and 50 plus and 60 plus, which was never there in America, and probably not in most of the world. And so it's really beautiful things that are happening for cricket. We have now the under 19 team that's doing well for USA, the men's team that is doing very well for USA, the men's national team, and like I've said so many times today, our Masters over 60s team is currently playing the World Cup in Brisbane, Australia, in Queensland, Brisbane, Australia. It's just amazing how much cricket is happening and how we as Masters are involved in developing cricket in America. And I'm glad, Majid, you and I are part of this thing.
Alright, definitely, yes. Like you just said earlier, now we added over 42. There were some trials going on in Santa Clara. So definitely there will be a good team in over 40. The guys played a wonderful cricket in the Bay Area. In terms of the growing cricket in America, Arun Bhai, yes, it is the right time. Myself is a coach. I coach kids for the last 7 years. So I see the growth, and some of the under 19 guys playing, you will have to watch them. They really play good cricket, and I'm hoping that they'll be playing. I'm not doubting they will be playing some serious cricket in upcoming days.
So yeah, I tend to agree that the future is very bright for cricket in America. We are as Masters very blessed. Like like we've been talking about, the standards for masters are very, very high, which is so impressive. We only play on turf wickets. All our tournaments are played on turf wickets. We try to get every game that we play live streamed. We try to get every game that we play commentated. We have entertainment while the tournament is going on during the evenings on several nights. Something that's very unique to just Masters. We just don't come and play a game in the morning, go home in the evening, like cricket happens in America. You come and play a league game, and then you go home. This is a very unique body that has raised the bar at for all the things. The communication that we have within this body is amazing. Every day we have people talking about Masters. In fact, Majid, we had Gavaskar, who was presented with a Masters shirt just recently and talked about Masters. We had Kapil Dev talk about Masters recently. And as of yesterday, Dilip Vengsarkar, who is part of the over 60s in playing the World Cup, also had some very kind words and very good words to say about Masters Cricket USA. Something that's really amazing that people, incredible people, are commenting about Masters Cricket USA. And thanks to people like you who are now coaching, I'm hoping that you also would spread the word about what Masters Cricket USA is doing to the parents of these kids that you're coaching.
Definitely, Anup bhai, yes. I mean, as you just mentioned earlier on, that master cricket is like very serious cricket now, over 50. There's a lot of talent. You just see Ayaz just batted beautifully with Sunny. It's a long partnership happened between these two. Right now, they're rebuilding it now. JV and Chintan. They're well bowled, full flighted ball from Raj, negotiated really well. So I believe this wicket, if we score like 200, it should be challenging. In fact, this. So the end of the over. Yeah, they're looking for the charger. Sorry for the confusion in here. Um, Back to live cricket now. Well, ball. That ball came in. I believe is Chintan that looks to be busy player. In fact. Oh, well played. Good shot. Good shot for one. Straight to the fielder, but misfield. Yeah, left arm. Well flighted ball. Wow. Just a mid wicket. That JV got 2 runs playing towards mid wicket. It's a flighted ball. Hitesh actually is flighting the ball regularly, and he played in fact across of the line, but got 2 runs. Yes.
Hitesh played in our open. That's a quick single, and I think it was a comfortable single. It was to the right of a left-hander, which made it quite hard for him to throw it to the keeper at short square leg, short backward square. Good single. No hesitation in running there. With me, folks, I have another very talented cricketer that I've had the pleasure of knowing, and I actually can say I played against him quite some time, didn't I? And that's a nice catch there at short covers by Raj off the bowling of Hitesh. Hitesh in the previous May Open actually picked up 2 5-wicket hauls, which is why he's out here. He picked up 2 5-wicket hauls, which is pretty rare when you only can get to bowl a maximum of 9 overs. So very impressive. We have 3 left-arm spinners out here. Hitesh, we have Chintan Patel, and we have Sanjay Pandya. We have 3 left-arm spinners fighting for places to go to Barbados. With me, I have the pleasure of introducing somebody that is an amazing batsman to watch when he gets going. Very impressive indeed, and he's still a mystery bowler, because I don't think he even knows what he's bowling. I mean, he bowls a brilliant off spinner. I'm kidding about that, but he bowls a very good off spin, very good leg spin. Mixes that very well. Uh, he, so here it is, my pleasure to introduce Ayaz Sheikh from Dallas, Texas. Had a very good knock today, 45, probably the highest scorer so far, and an impressive 45, if I could say so. Welcome, Ayaz. Glad you're joining us here.
Thank you, Arun. Thank you very much for such an elaborate introduction. It's been a pleasure ever since I joined the Masters last year. It's been fun playing with so many talented players. It's good to have nice friendship as well, besides just sharing the field with these great gentlemen. That was the last ball of Hitesh is over. The score is 128 at the end of 26 overs for the loss of 6 wickets. The blue team has pulled it back nicely, put some pressure on the orange team, red team. Apologies. Raj is going to replace Hitesh. Raj is going to continue with his second over. If anyone watching or listening and lives around Sacramento area, please come by, join us in Davis. What a beautiful facility it is. It's a gem, what we call a hidden gem. What a beautiful surroundings. Do not look like that you're in USA. It feels like you are somewhere in England conditions or New Zealand. Raj bowled well. JB played on point. No run. Raj comes for the second ball. Flighted. Played straight. Easy single to long on. The captain is in. Park. Facing his first ball. Raj to Park. Short ball, tried to cut, missed it.
Raj has this art of bowling these off spin at a very nagging length. And again, his action, I've been talking about action, and one of the most important things for a bowler is a repeatable action. You need a repeatable action to be able to be consistent. And Raj has that. He has that repeatable action, very simple. In fact, there was a comment by Colin Croft, the great West Indian fast bowler who was part of the over 60s that came to play in the Three Nation tournament along with us. He was commentating a game where Raj was bowling, and his comment was that Raj reminded him of Erapalli Prasanna, the great right arm off spinner from India. And he was commenting. He says, "Oh, his action looks like Prasanna," and obviously a very impressive comment to talk about one of our over 50s folks. Raj is from the Bay Area. He's from San Francisco. Has a very, very economical bowling spells. May not be as many wickets to his column, but he's a very effective off spinner who can keep the runs down. I was checking some of his stats, Ayaz, and he bowls a very economical spell. And I know you've had the pleasure of playing against him both in Los Angeles and in Houston as well, but more in Los Angeles when you played for the Dallas team against them, and where we won a very impressive game last year, wasn't it?
Yes, we had a fun final in Los Angeles where Dallas team came ahead, so it was definitely very fun. But as you mentioned about Raj, very nagging line and length. Doesn't get away from it, doesn't let you get away with runs. Hitesh again with his accurate line to Parak. Full toss this time. Nicely played by Parak to long on for an easy single. I think Parak and JB need to continue this and build a good partnership and add 20-30 runs here so we can get the score to 200. But it's going to be patient innings. JV played into the long on upish, but fell short to long on fielder, easy single. I believe that was slight adjustment to the long on fielder. He is standing right at the 30 circle yard line. Hitesh comes again, bowls to Park, short ball, cut away to the point fielder, no run. And that's the end of the over of Hitesh. As you can see, Hitesh and Raj have done very well.
One thing I noticed, Ayaz, with the left arm spinners, I haven't seen Chintan bowl today or Sanjay, but I've watched them in the past. Most of them tend to just bowl the arm balls. I haven't seen them turn the ball away from the batsman as much as I would like to see them do that. It is so critical for a left arm spinner to at least show one or two balls that go away from the right hander so that it keeps the batsman honest. Here is the first ball from Raj, but I want you to continue talking about the game, Ayaz. I just had to talk about a left arm spinner for some weird personal biases that I have.
Don't we all? Raj to Parak. Outside the off stump, cut away nicely, taking easy single. With that, the score ticks to 134 for 6. And it's the 29th over of the innings. I think the run rate is at 4.7. I think if they continue with that, it would be a good score to defend. The conditions are a little humid and hot, so it's not going to be that easy to run too many runs between the wickets. Raj flighted to JB. The ball goes to down the square leg, short square leg for a single or a fine leg instead. This is Raj third over. So far, 2.39 runs in those 2.3 overs. There is the nagging length again that Arun Bhai was talking about. Ah. Another thing I've noticed about Raj's bowling that he does not give batsmen too much time to settle. He's quick to back to his action, which forces the batsmen to rush into the stride. And there he goes again, that same nagging line in length, and a good impressive over yet again.
One of the things that I noticed, Ayaz, is that he bowls with a good field of a 6-3 field, 6 on the off, 3 on the on, which kind of tells me that he will tend to bowl outside the off stump. And he's been able to do that. He's able to keep it over there, except for maybe one odd ball that generally happens. But so far, and he's able to toss the ball, and that is again very impressive. That is forcing the batsman to do something about it. He's tossing the ball quite well. Partly, one of the things I notice about that tossing, even though you're very impressive, Ayaz, when it comes to tossing the ball. You're taller, but you still toss the ball. I generally find that the taller guys tend to bowl a little more flatter because of their height, understandably. Raj is on the slightly shorter end, not very short, but slightly shorter. That kind of gives him the advantage. Here was a loud shout. The bowler almost believed he got a wicket, but umpire absolutely thought otherwise. Numan Khan being the umpire. Hitesh, again, probably has a good reason to shout because most of his balls, as I was mentioning, are arm balls. He's bowling with a 5-4 field. One, two, three, four. 5-4 field. Yeah, he's bowling with a 5-4 field. Yeah, one deep between square leg and mid wicket, somewhere around there. Pretty unorthodox field to have a guy who's probably covering the sweep and the pull. They run a quick single. Parag is a very good runner between wickets. I've noticed he's very good otherwise as a fielder, as a runner. I don't know if you remember in our last November yo-yo test, he was the supreme commander of yo-yo. 18-6 or something is what I remember. Very impressive. And folks, yeah, for a guy above 50 to be doing that is incredibly good. Very fit, athletic human being, and of course, I've said all along, without Parag, there is no Masters. It was his vision, his thought, and his drive till to date, folks. This guy, as I've mentioned in my WhatsApp group, if I should say so, if there was a penny for every message on WhatsApp, I think Parag would have been broke. That's how many messages, and that's how many times he thinks about things to do for Masters. A very, very dedicated, impressive, energetic, charismatic human being that I've seen. Very good leader.
The last ball is the one that you were meant. The last ball of Hitesh is over. Was that what Arun wanted to see? A little flight from a left armour and taking a little turn. That Hitesh did and took an edge off the JV's bat. So hope Hitesh does that more in the following overs. With that, that's a water break. 30 overs. The score is 138. 138 for 6 in 30 overs. A short water break. We'll be right back after this.
Welcome back, folks. We are here at Davis, California, UC Davis facility. Yeah, if you hit it twice, it's yeah. So have they? So welcome back to Davis, California, where we are having the Masters USA over 50s tryouts. Probables are here. The 30 probables are out here. We're going to try and take a team to Barbados next month. Very excited about the possibility of playing against 7 other countries. With me is a gentleman that needs no introduction to Masters Cricket USA and probably even cricket in America or in the past. The gentleman has played for USA national team. Somebody that I have had personal interactions playing with him. Very good close friend of mine. And an amazing bat to watch, guys. An amazing bat to watch. In fact, he had a brilliant 100 in the last Three Nation tournament that we had against West Indies and Canada. It gives me great pleasure to introduce Rafe Kazi, a good friend of mine. Had the pleasure of playing against him in the past, and now the pleasure of watching him play. It's just fantastic. Welcome, Rafe, to the commentary box.
Thank you, Arun Bhai. Thank you very much. You're too kind, and appreciate everything you said. A lot of that is, of course, it's your bias, but thank you again. We've had a great success as the national side with the over 50s national side, and I think the credit goes all to the management. They've done a tremendous job to get things going, and here we are again in this beautiful settings in Davis. Luckily, the temperatures have been kind to us, and I think some changes where we start the game early. So I think it's a great pleasure to be here. Very nice setting, very nice ground, and 30 of our national players who are representing the U.S. right here in this beautiful facility. It's a great shot, short delivery, pulled away for boundary for 4. Very, very good shot by the skipper Parag Anantha. The score is now 143. Parag on 10 and JV on 19. Hitesh has been bowling pretty well. 3 overs for 12. No, but this one he dropped short. Excellent fielding. There was a short delivery again. Parag hit it towards short fine leg. Bowled once again. Hitesh has been a good. He's got a good arm ball. That's what I've heard. He got 2 5-wicket haul in Houston, I think, in the last tournament. Do you have any? Did you see him bowl?
Yeah, Rafa, yes. I've seen him bowl. Very impressive left arm spinner. And, we are, as masters, blessed to have three left arm spinners here, Hitesh, Sanjay Pandya, and Chintan Patel. All three have been very impressive bowling. But as I was mentioning earlier, I don't know who I was chatting with, but as I was mentioning, one of the things that I am kind of disappointed is I don't see the left arm spinners turning the ball away from the bat as much as I would like to see them. It's a lot of arm balls. It's effective, but they would become good wicket-taking bowlers if they start showing the right-handers that they can turn a few balls away, which will keep them honest when they're batting. Because right now I see that missing in a left arm spinner. Anyway, here is Raj. Raj has been another impressive bowler to me. Right arm off spinner, flights the ball quite well. Cuts this one off the back foot. I think they have a chance to get two, and they do not. Excellent fielding there. Is that Dilip? Dilip Chawan. Dilip Chawan and SP Chabra both have been doing some very good work out in the deep. They've been saving a lot of runs, a lot of singles. Here's Raj coming into bowl. He's bowling, like I mentioned earlier, he's bowling to a very good field on the offside. But this one was down the leg. But he bowls a very good 6-3 field, and that's impressive. Is that a 5-4 now? Misfielded by the bowler himself. Should have been stopped. He's got a long on, and he should have stopped it going towards long on. Did not stop it, and that resulted in a single. We're in the final 15 over stage. We've already bowled a bad ball down the leg, probably a boundary. Not really. Himanshu was the fielder, had a good throw. Bad ball down the leg. He has not bowled too many of those. What's his spell like right now?
So Raj has bowled 4.3 overs for 12 runs. So that's a very good average. Economy rate is around 2.6. When you mentioned the left arm spinners, you forgot to mention Himanshu, who is also another left arm spinner who's actually represented the U.S. in the last international tournament. Bowled extremely well, and his first game was a bit unlucky. He was given the task to bowl against the wind, so he took that upon himself and did a pretty decent job. But then the next two games, he actually bowled tremendously well when the wind wasn't that strong, and he actually was able to bowl with the wind. So it's so we definitely have good 4 left armers, and I think it's going to be a very difficult job for the selectors to really select, because they all are exceptionally good.
You're right, Rafe. I missed Himanshu, and that's a bad miss because he's a very good bowler, and that's a bad miss by me. My bad, and thank you for pointing it out. And that's something you're good at, pointing out what I do wrong, but that's okay. I've seen that all my life, my friends. This guy always sits next to me and points out what I do wrong, but that's the way life works. That's the way life works with this guy. But having said that, we have 4 left-armers. We have 2 right-arm off-spinners in Zubair and Raj. And how in the world can I forget Kuldeep? 3. There, I told you, this guy just sits here to point fingers at me all day. And that's his job. And we are impressed with his finger pointing, my friends. So anyway, we've got 4 left-arm spinners, 3 right-arm off-spinners, and then we have quite a few medium pacers. There's a very good ball, very impressive. These arm balls, by the way, Rafe, they tend to curb the right-handers from really making some bold moves, because it's just outside the off stump like he bowls and forced to play on the offside. This one, he does play a beautiful shot through covers, a cover point for 2. Parag played the through covers. Parag is a very, very good bat. In the previous tournament, Rafe, Parag North was in trouble. I mean, his team was in trouble, and twice came from behind to save them and win them the match.
He's always done that. Even against in the national game against West Indies, when we were down, Parag came in. We were around, I think, 5 down when Parag came into bat, and he had a great partnership, batted beautifully, and really that was a very well crafted innings that he did. I've always seen him do that. He's very good between the wickets. He's a good judge of quick singles, and he always keeps the fielders in check. They're always on the toes when he's batting, because he's always looking for a single. So that's a very good sign of a good thinking batsman who actually wants to score every ball and wants to make sure he can push the fielders.
In fact, one of the other features that I like about Parag's intelligence, I would say, is the ability to play and understand his non-strikers' abilities. Something that is so critical to understand, that not all 5 fingers are the same in your hand, and so everybody has a different level and speed and of running between the wickets. But it's very important that you understand what part, whether that's a single for both of you or not, and he's a good judge of that. Hits this very hard. JV is that. Hits this very hard through deep covers for a boundary. JV is not out on 28. Parag not out on 15. So score is chugging along very well after a few quick wickets, I should say. At one stage we were, the Reds were 90 something for 1, and then like they say, 1 gets 2 and 2 gets 3, so that's what happened. We had 2 or 3 quick wickets fall, but here they are recuperating and making amends to it and coming back very strong. The Reds are batting very well indeed. Who bowled that? This is the second time in the second consecutive over that I'm seeing Raj bowl some short balls. Hasn't done that in the past, but also JV is an aggressive bat, and that creates a challenge in a bowler's mind, whether to toss up or not. And so these 2 shots that we just saw, one through covers and one through point, and another one through backward point again, is all because of the aggressiveness that Raj has ended up bowling short. So it's going to be interesting to see how he bowls this next ball, and if JV is getting set to play a big shot off the front foot, anticipating a much fuller length ball.
Yeah, I think the the trick here on this pitch is that if you, especially as a spinner, if you're pitching short, the bounce is a bit spongy, so the ball grips and stops for a second. So it actually has a spongy bounce, which makes it a short delivery, especially outside the off stump or leg stump, very vulnerable for a shot. That's down the leg side, a wide. Three runs, three byes, and and a wide. So it's 4 runs to the team. Yep, that goes against the bowler, and Shafiq, the wicketkeeper, nothing wrong with what he did. He couldn't actually have stopped that ball because it was quite wide down the leg side. Nice on drive by Parag. We're now at 162. 162 for 6. The Blues team 162 for 6. The Reds, I think the other team is Reds. This team is Blues. Yet we have orange uniforms. $166 for 6, the Blues. A quick short drinks break for the players. Not a sanctioned one by the umpires, but weather definitely demanding it. The temperature has been slowly rising. I think it's going to get pretty hot between 1 and 5 p.m. today, 1 and 6 p.m. And currently it's at 11:46 a.m. So hopefully we can get the game done before it gets really hot.
was a big shout for LBW, and now Arun Toladur is the bowler, and there was another good ball outside the off stump. There was a gully. There is no slip. There's a gully. Yeah, just short of the fielder at probably gully. This one down the leg, played very well indeed by JV, by Parag. I don't know about you, but I'm impressed with his batting. Very, very good bat. He probably downplays himself in this Masters group as a batsman. He should be probably one of the top 4 or 5 guys batting. Somehow he goes much lower. I don't know if that means he wants to anchor this team at the lower end, but I think he needs to play more balls. If I were to say something, I think that's what I would like to see him play more balls. So maybe a number 4 or 5 bat, so that if you're at the wicket, Rafe, I would love to see him. I would love to see him play with you.
But he's gonna kill me.
Running between the wickets, no, you're pretty damn good. So don't go there. You're a very good runner between the wickets. Smart. I'm always impressed with your batting overall, as I've already mentioned. Your 100 against, was that West Indies? Impressive 100, Rafe. Very impressive 100. Of course, your cover drives are your patented shot, both off the front foot or back foot, and both of them are very impressive. Some people have patented shots, some just have shots all around. The best example I'd give you is, if I were to say Alan Border, you couldn't tell me what is his favorite shot. Yeah. But if you take Sachin, for example, I love his a straight drive past the bowler. Right. So you have that patented shot. That is, to me, very impressive. It's not because you're sitting here with me, but I've always said that, even during my commentary when I was watching you get that incredible 100. Again, folks, just so that you remember, we started Masters just a year and a half ago. And from there, we went to Canada to play the same three-nation tournament in Canada. And we were kicked left, right, and center by both those teams. And what is impressive is how impressively we came back to win this Champions Trophy in March of this year. Some very, very good knocks by Rafe, Kashif, some very good bowling all around by our bowlers. Ramki in particular was a great start for us. It's a team effort, but I was impressed with you guys' batting, you and Kashif.
The team, at the end of the day, I think it's a team that really gelled well and played, without the bowling, without the fielding, without the captaincy and the leadership, I don't think that we would have actually been successful. So that really worked out for us extremely well. I think the entire team, our bowling attack with Ramki, who's such an exceptional bowler. You have Arun, who's bowled tremendously well. I mean, he's got his big in-dippers that come in, and he bowls at a pretty decent pace, including Ramki on the left arm, so left-hand, right-hand combination. And then we have Humayun, who's a very impressive right-arm medium bowler, who's very smart, who's got a very good slower ball. So we got some very, very good bowling attack, and then you have the spinners that come in, and then Fazal Alam, who impressed everyone with his bowling in a couple of crucial games during the Nationals. Arun's been bowling extremely well again today. He's had some very close calls with the some very good batting against some good batsmen, and he was bowling extremely well. He was some very close calls. He was a bit unlucky not to get a couple of decisions his way, but he's bowled extremely well. And today, I think the game against Sri Lanka and Afghanistan at the Asia Cup, I believe Sri Lanka won the game. Afghanistan made 175, and last we saw was Sri Lanka were cruising along. Last 3 or 4 overs. We're going to confirm that because I did not see the final result, but I'm assuming the Sri Lanka won. Brilliant shot in the deep. Farhan is a very good fielder, and a very good throw by Farhan. Excellent throw. Yeah, so Sri Lanka 179 for 6, chasing 175, so a comfortable win in 19.1 overs. They were cruising along very well. So Afghanistan has been tremendous in this Asia Cup also. Very impressive. And over here at the Masters, we have JV who's going along extremely well, along with the skipper Parag. And the total now is again a great shot by JV, and an excellent stop in the at the boundary by Ajit. Brilliant fielding, brilliant throw. Extremely well done by Ajit. So 185 for 6. And this is the how many overs? This is the 37th, 38th over. So we have 7 more overs to go. A brilliant pull shot. Excellent shot by JV. 4 runs. And JV is now moves on to 48. What a shot that was. Yeah, JV, but brilliant innings. Extremely well crafted innings. Beautiful pull shot. He's played all around the ground. He played some excellent shots in the covers. He used the aerial route quite a bit also, and has been successful in doing that. So extremely well played. That was a short delivery by Arun. And that's 4 wides. Wide delivery went down the offside, and Shafiq couldn't gather it. Ended up being a 4. So 5 more runs to the Blues team. We got some great mariachi music in the background.
You know, Rafi, one of the things that I notice that's probably unfair in this game of cricket is just like this. Here was a ball that I think the keeper should have stopped it, but it goes once it's called a wide, it goes against the bowler, and
38 overs gone. Sorry, go ahead.
so I don't know how that should be revised, but you know, it kind of becomes hard for an umpire to judge that, whether once he's called it a wide, it goes against the bowler, even though, like in this case, it should have probably been stopped being on the offside.
Yeah, unfortunately, and Shafiq is a tremendous keeper. I mean, he's a very sharp keeper. And you're talking about keeping at this age, over 50. But he's agile. He's extremely quick. So I think we don't expect that from Shafiq because he's set such high standards. And the same is the case with Parag. Parag, who's a tremendous keeper. I mean, his keeping is exceptional. Not only as a batsman, we talked about him as a batsman, but his keeping skills are also exceptional. 194 for 6 in 38 overs. So tremendous effort by the Blues team. JV is at 48. I think that should get him to 49. So extremely well played innings by JV. Looking forward to a great 50 from JV. Very well played innings that would be. Yeah, he's now the highest scorer of the day, and really batted extremely well. And the wicket is not that easy to bat on, and the bowling has been also very good. So all credit goes to JV for a very well played innings. Parag on 23, and the new bowler is Himanshu. Very well played down the leg side. Just a nice dab for a single. And Parag will do that to you all day long. He's such a crafty batsman who would actually be able to, who's always looking for runs. He'll always be looking for singles. That's a great 50 for JV. Very well played. Excellent 50, JV. Nice cover drive and a single for a brilliant 50. Extremely well played. He made his 50 in 63 deliveries with 5 fours and one 6 that he hit, which was actually called a dead ball by the umpire because he actually double hit the ball. So that was a interesting shot. I've never seen someone hit a 6 like that. Arun Bhai, have you seen anyone hit a 6 like that?
No, I have not, and I was kind of shocked when I heard the umpire call it a dead ball to start with. I said, why was it? And I didn't see that entire sequence of events, but obviously the umpire saw it as hit twice. I would have to imagine the ball was so slow that he had the time to hit it twice. I have no idea how you could do that. It's a gift in itself to be able to do that. I would give it more runs than 6 for just that, just being able to tap it twice.
I'm not sure. I know there's a rule about hitting it twice, but I'm not sure if hitting it twice in the same action without stopping actually is considered a dead ball. I think we'll have to look that up because I think there's some rule about that. I'm not too sure about that. So 199 for 6 in 39 overs. The Blues going extremely well. 39 overs have gone. A double 100, 200 on this ground, 200 and above, I think is going to be a very challenging score for the Reds. Even though they have players like Fazal Alam who can destroy people, but I think he's still going to find it challenging. So I think Blues have a very good chance. If Fazal can stop pulling cards and start going out there and trying to bat. A very nice shot again by Parag, playing late towards between backward point. Very nice shot. So that's 200 for Blues, guys. That's 200 for 6. Extremely well played. That's an incredible shot again. Oh, great throw by Farhan. He's got a tremendous arm. Straight throw from the boundary, directly in the hands of the keeper. Extremely well done. Humayu is a very crafty bowler. After getting hit for that shot on the offside, he bowled a very nice slow deliveries. He's got a very, very good disguised slow delivery that Humayu bowls. Sanjeeva the fielder. Sanjeeva the fielder in the backward gully region. Played once again. So the Reds are keeping the Blues in check right now. They're bowling well. This is the 40th over. Parag now going after the bowling. He knows that we've got five more overs to go and need to accelerate. If you're in the ground, nice atmosphere. We got some good reggae music going on in the background. And that's a quick drinks break. So we'll be back right after the drinks break.
welcome back, folks. Score is just finished the 40th over. We're 204 for 6. 204 for 6 at the end of 40. Humayun Bashir, 5 overs, 15 runs, 1 wicket. Himanshu, 7 overs, no maiden, 38 runs, 1 wicket. Parag batting 31 and JV batting on 50. So, very impressive partnership going on between JV and Parag. JV has been pretty aggressive, played some very good shots both on the offside and on the onside. And Parag has been playing his role so well, playing some very crafty cricket, if I should say so, playing all around the wicket, runs hard between the wickets, very impressive. I have with me another impressive cricketer that has been a part of Masters, has probably toured everywhere that Masters has gone, including Canada and England and Wales. With me is a left arm spinner. Here's a beautiful shot down to backward square, and that's 2 runs. 2 runs by Parag. As I was mentioning, we have 4 left arm spinners in the probables. Himanshu, Hitesh, Chintan and Sanjay. And with me is a definitely very impressive left arm spinner who's played for the US team in March against the West Indies and England. It gives me great pleasure in introducing Sanjay Pandya. Sanjay Pandya is from the New Jersey area. Very impressive left arm spinner. Welcome, Sanjay. Thanks for joining me here in the commentary booth.
Thank you, Sir Arun Bhai. And very rightly so. I've been with Masters since our first international tour. Farhan bowling to JV. No, sorry, Parag. Parag swings it, didn't connect well, and easy single. Yeah, so speaking of England, I was even selected for that tour, but I didn't took it very seriously at that time. If I wanted to go back to back international and see what happens, but today I definitely feel it's a no ball. Farhan probably slips off the hand, and it's a no ball. Yeah, so speaking of England tour, Parag Bhai, it was a great opportunity for me to show once again in England what I can do with the ball. But I didn't took it so seriously and ended up skipping it. Beautiful shot by Parag for 4 runs. The ball was too short, and he takes full advantage of this ball. Yeah, so today we are at the point, as a founder, and you are also as a founder, that how competitive it is with 30-40 players who are as good as anybody, and they are competing to get selected. And now we understand the importance of making the most out of whenever you get selected, and keep playing well to be able to play in all international, national, wherever you get chance to play for Masters. And this is such a great foundation for the new generations, I mean 40s, 50s, 60s, I just posted in my club cricket and, mentioned to those guys, and they are also so happy about to learn that, it's not going to be just local cricket. Now they can play in their 40s, 50s and even 60s.
While we were talking, here was an impressive shot by Parag to deep mid wicket, cow corner, I would say, for a boundary. And Parag is now batting on 39 of 49 balls. Farhan Hamid has bowled 5 overs, no maidens, 26 runs, 1 wicket. Humayun Bashir is the most economical bowler. 5 overs, 1 maiden, 15 runs, 1 wicket. And it is Humayun coming in to bowl. Plays this one to deep square, backward square for a single. And there was a square leg, and it went to backward square for a single. And that was JV. Parag facing Humayun now. Humayun has been one of the most economical and consistently good bowlers to have in your side. Here's a beautiful shot by Parag. Even though it's a single, it's a very impressive cricketing shot by Parag to deep long off for a single. And so 2 runs off the first 2 balls of Humayun. Obviously, they're going to increase the pace at this stage. There was a shout, so it appears that the ball was missing the stumps, down the leg probably. Again, we're not in that right angle to look at it, but missing the stumps.
Arun bhai, so would you say this is a nice comeback by Team Orange? Because so often we see what happens in cricket is whenever the team gets fairly decent starts, then they collapse towards the end. And that's exactly what happened. Um, uh, Even with Blues, that we lost 5 wickets, but then beautifully played by JV and Parag and the team to score very comfortable, and it's an excellent shot by Parag for 6. Parag hits a 6 of Humayu. Zubair. Humayu to Parag once again. Nicely pushed it down to long on for single. And the score is now 223 for 6 in 41.42 overs. 3 more overs to go. And Parag chooses to retire, and they will send Zubair for some fireworks for last 3 overs.
Here's an impressive innings by Parag. As I was mentioning earlier, Sanjay, he probably downplays himself quite a lot. It doesn't go high up in the order for Team USA. He could easily go high up in the order with an excellent innings. Very impressive knock. Chooses to retire. Very Very impressive knock by Parag Ananta, the captain of the blue side. Well played, Parag. Three overs to go, 224 for 6. There was a great partnership between Parag and JV. We'll get you the numbers of what the partnership was.
Comes down to last 2.5 overs. Farhan to Zubair, who's pushing it down to point area for 1 run. He has been sent to play some big shots, and will be interesting to see if JV and Zubair add another at least 15 or 20 runs, so to give respectable target. JV swings it down to deep square leg for 1 run once again. 97 run. It was 97 runs partnership between Parag and JV. Farhan to Zubair. And was a good ball by Farhan. Kind of like a Yorker flight upish. Didn't get the length Zubair was looking for, and still manages to get one single. Good over so far by Farhan. Farhan to JV. Flight, and JV hits it for beautiful shot, beautiful lob shot. Oh my goodness, doesn't clear the boundary for some reason. There was some kind of dugout, and it just tucks the ball in it and doesn't go for four. But nonetheless, beautiful shot, lob shot by JV. Any other ground, this would have been 4 runs for sure. Now Farhan to Zubair. And Zubair pushes it down to mid off for 1 run. End of the over. 2 overs to go, and the score is 229 for 6. JV is still batting on 55 in 69 balls. Zubair 3 runs. Humayu back in the bowling. Good ball outside the off stump. No runs. It's the best they can do at this stage of the game. Do some dot balls and get it over the 45 over. Bat and pad. Easy single. Bowling in crunch over is some art. Bowler really needs to put all his experience and figure out the situation and where they stand as far as the runs and wickets go, and just bowl accordingly instead of trying to pick up the wickets. Saving singles and dot ball is sometimes more effective way to go. Beautiful shot, but looks like gonna be a perfect catch by Himanshu Patadia. Beautifully taken, long on. Himanshu Patadia is a very good fielder and catcher of the ball, as well as good leg spinner. So Zubair JV finally gets out after playing beautiful inning of 55 runs in 70 balls, 5 fours. 78.57 strike rate, which is very healthy strike rate for 45 overs matches. The whole team appreciates his effort and good knock of 55 runs. So who goes to bat? I might have to pad up Arun Bhai. So
Yeah.
बल्ली आजा इधर. So we have, once again, we have an impressive guy, an all-rounder, because he can bat, he can bowl, he can most definitely entertain, and most definitely host people. Once again, a proud pleasure to have Balli here, Balbir Singh Sodhi, also very much liked by everybody in the Masters Cricket USA, and known more popularly as Balli. Welcome, Balli.
Thank you, Arun Bhai. Thank you very much. Thanks for your kind words. Uh, we crossed 200 runs. That is our target. It's a good score on this ground. 232 for 7. That is nice score on this ground. It's hard to chaseable because we have a very good bowlers from our side. So let's see. This game is going to be interesting. And heat is picking up right now. I can see some of the players are a little tired. Some of players come from East Coast. They don't like this kind of heat, but I can see their dedication, their hard work, and they are all prepared for Barbados and World Cup in next year in March. Looks like our team is going to get better and better. And it's nice appeal and given him out. LBW. And who got out? Who got out? Zubair got out. And there's one more over to go. And we're expecting 10-15 more runs. And looks like Mr. Sanjay Pandya is going right now. He's a great bowler for us. He took a lot of wickets for Masters. And he's a good bat too. Looks like this is our last bat.
Who's next?
We have a Ramki here who is really doing scoring for us, and he's more focused on scoring than batting, bowling today. 5 balls to go, and Farhan is from the other end. There is a lot reflection going in from his top of the head, very shining head, and about to ball to Sanjay Pandya, who is our star bowler. He's a great leg spinner. Nice ball. Come forward and back to the
4 balls to go.
fielder. 4 balls to go. Nice score. Hard to chase on this ground. He come forward and there was a gap and it looks like it's a boundary. That was a great shot by Sanjay Pandya. Marvelous shot, and it's beat the 2 fielders. Nice on drive. And Sanjay Pandya sometimes gave us a nice score at the end of the overs. We have 2 more balls, right? 3 more. So hopefully expecting more runs from Sanjay Pandya. There's a white ball, I think. Yes, white ball. And I really appreciate Dan and Noman Bhai umpiring for us, standing this kind of heat. Salute to these guys. Farhan ball and came forward and lifted in the air, but it's safe. And they took 1 run. Farhan ready for next ball. Two more balls to go, and there's a ball came little slow. He dropped the catch. The easy catch was there. It's dropped. Uh, last ball. Oh, great shot. There was six. Last ball and 6 runs by Rafe. Uh, end of the innings, first innings, 45 overs done, 245 for 8. Blues, and there's a nice score on this ground. Let's see how the blue team is gonna, how the red team is going to chase these runs. They have a couple of batsmen. Sanjeeva is there, Raj is there, and a couple good batsmen there. Let's see how they're gonna chase this 248 runs. Back to Arun Vitala. Thank you guys. So we'll come back. So one inning is finished, and we're gonna have a lunch. So we'll be back after 30 minutes. Thank you.
I thought this was just bullshit like every other bullshit you talk, but it's not.
We miss Cha Cha. What you think?
Chacha, where are you? Bird is missing you, Bird. Ryan, everyone is missing you.
Who's number 3? Mhm. Hmm? Welcome back, folks. Here we are at Davis, California, watching the over 50s probables camp at, we called it very interestingly, Davis Camp, or Camp Davis instead of Camp David. So very interesting, and it's kind of impressive that so many of these over 50-year-olds playing with such incredible enthusiasm, spirit, and energy uh, in a 105, 110 degree temperature. Here we are seeing these folks play this game. Welcome back to Davis, California. The Reds team is facing a huge target of 245 in 45 overs. So that's almost 5 runs and over. A little over 5 and over. And the bowler is Ramki, and the very first ball was outside the off stump. Ajit lets it go. There's no run there. Ramki, as I've probably mentioned several times, is a first-class cricketer from Andhra in India. And this one, again, outside the off stump. Ajit tries to cut it. No runs. Here's Ramki bowling a very good ball, beating him all ends up. And the score is 6 for no loss. At the end of over number 1, Ramki was the bowler, and Sanjay Pandya, left arm spinner, left arm spinner, left arm spinner, who's going to bowl. Uh, Fazal is the batter. Fazal is on strike. We've got a a backward point, a deep point, a covers, and a mid off. A 5 on the off, 4 on the on, I would believe. Plays. So here is Sanjay Bolin, left arm around the stump between the umpire and the stumps. Very good shout, disallowed by the umpire. I have with me the pleasure of the company of somebody that is so instrumental for Masters Cricket USA overall. A gentleman that has taken Masters to such a great level with all his thought processes and fundraising capabilities and everything that he has done. It is unbelievable what people do for this entity. Here is Raj Badadre, a right arm off spinner and a top order bat, and also an instrumental guy in helping Masters USA where it is today. Welcome, Raj. Welcome to the commentary.
Thank you so much, Arun bhai. I mean, I would say not even point a fraction of what you guys all do, especially you, Arun bhai, not even 0.001%. So thank you so much. Great contest here. Sanjay bowling extremely nagging length, inviting Fazal on his front foot, but all he can do is just defend the ball. He's into his last delivery. Let's see how he bowls. And this is a very good shot. It's an off drive, driven straight to the fielder. Kuldeep Patel, diving to his right, has made a brilliant stop. So overall, the intensity is very high. As well, what do you think about the quality of the players from the first zonal to this one, Arun bhai?
As I've been saying all along, the enthusiasm, the energy levels, the physical ability to perform, and the amount of effort they put in away from coming to play here, each one of them put so much time and energy and effort to get so much better. I am very impressed with what I see. Every time I see it's so much better than in the past. Yeah. So thanks for that very, very good question here, Raj.
Here comes Ramki into his second over. This was pitched outside the off, had width, but Fazal opted to swing at it, and they scrambled for 3 runs. Good running between the wickets, even the heat, it's 90 degrees plus, but didn't stop them from taking 3 runs. So the score now is 10 without loss in 2.2 overs. I see Ramki bowling with short run up, one of the best left armers in the country. He can move the ball both ways. Yesterday we were playing him in the nets, and he would tell us that this is an in-swinger, he's out-swinger, and he could do those at his will. So that's the sign of an accomplished bowler who has learned cricket, has played at highest levels. There goes Ramki, tries to bowl a slower one. Ajit is very watchful. He knows the importance of his wicket. Attempting over-pitch ball, but just driven straight to the bowler. This one was wide outside the off stump. A good width. A miss, I would say, by the batsman. A dot ball nonetheless. So the score again on 10, 2.5 overs. Steady start, but wickets are important. This is again straight down the leg and flicked to short fine leg. Parag getting the ball back to Sanjay. End of the third over. Score is 11 without loss. So as we see, what do you think about the ground here? I mean, kudos to Dan, who, against all the odds, the heat, the community, he stood by his vision, and this is the oldest ground in Bay Area. It's been almost 30 plus years. We only had Woodley, and players had to go 7 hours, 6 hours just to play. So, any words here for the ground, Arun?
Again, I've been talking about this incredible facility. The very fact that minor league cricket is being played here speaks volumes about it. And if you're looking around the field, not only is the wicket so well prepared, the outfield is in very good shape. I don't know that this is any less than a Woodley or a Musa Stadium as far as the outfield is concerned. I mean, it's beautiful outfield. The wicket played very true. I mean, the balls were not keeping low or anything. A very predictable wicket, and obviously the score speaks volumes about the wicket when it's 245 and 45 overs. Sanjay coming into bowl, left arm spinner who's played for the USA over 50s team, has also been a guy that has bowled the new ball for USA. Here's a beautiful shot through point for a boundary. 3.3 over 17, so it's pretty good scoring rate as well. Here's Sanjay coming into ball. Pulls this hard to deep backward square, and that's a boundary. That's two consecutive fours by Ajit against, I think, one of the good left arm spinners in this country for this age group, Sanjay Pandya, and it's very impressive to get those two shots. Scores 21 with one ball, 2 balls to spare. 2 balls to spare. So very impressive batting so far by the Reds. You can? 4 overs 21 for no loss. Good reply by the Reds.
What do you think was the highlight of their first innings? I would certainly say the partnership, right? I mean, do you have anything to say? Because they're down, the chips were down 6 for 120 odd. Put in brilliant, almost 100 as partnership there.
Yeah, Raj, a good point that you bring up. They were six down for 127, and then JV and Parag Ananta put on a 97-run unbeaten partnership until after Parag decided to retire. So it was a 97-run unbeaten partnership, if you had to look at it that way. And like I've always said, it's all about partnerships. They had a very good second wicket partnership when they were 93 for the loss of 1 at one stage, and then 127 for 6. So you guys were on top of the game at one stage, and they put on a brilliant partnership. Hats off to Parag for scoring when he was retired for 47. Scored very, very well. Great way to build a good innings. Played all around the wicket. Driven straight to the mid-off very hard, but only for a single after a good stop by Kuldeep Patel.
Score is 22. Feels really good sitting here under the trees. Some Caribbean music. Looks like a festival here. Cricket of top quality been played here. 30 probables for USA Masters team. And this is beautifully driven. 2 covers and extremely well fielded by Chintan. I would say he's one of the best fielders here in the USA. Certainly saved a boundary for his team. Oh, that's again a good shot now. Again a diving stop. I mean, at least 6 runs saved here in this over just by brilliance of Chintan. It's not his natural side. He is a left-hander, and both the stops he made on his right side, diving right on his right, tells about the agility and the. That's a no ball, white ball there. That is certainly a white ball missed by the umpire here, I think. Guys, Fazal needs something. Ajit. जाओ यार, भागो ना कोई. Oh my God! What a shot that is! Just making room for himself, just stepping away just a bit so that he comes in his driving range, leans into it, and a cracking shot over the extra cover region. And that's how you tire the fielders. They have to go at least 50 yards more to fetch the ball. Beautiful bowling. 26 without loss. I think it's a comfortable start. He's looking very comfortable out there, Fazal. So Ajit is on 17, Fazal on 9. Ajit in 17 with 3 boundaries of 19. Fazal is 9 of 12 balls, his first boundary. Bowler already under pressure. I can see Parag making a lot of field adjustments. Again, this is a good ball. I think it was a drivable length, but Fazal rightfully choosing it to place it. The square leg area. Could be a thick inside edge, maybe going to square leg area. Yes, that's the right way to. That's the right way to do it. I mean, we know Fazal, he likes to deal in boundaries and sixes, but I think it's a good learning pad for him. Oh my goodness, this has been literally thrashed, dismissed from the word go, and already the fielders, I can see that they're
dropping their shoulders. It's a beautiful shot, 4 runs. I know. Fourth ball. Oh, it's come back strong. He has flattened his trajectory, increased his speed a little bit. Had to The batsman had to rush to play to, even though it was a back foot defense. He rushed him into playing this shot. So good ball by Sanjay. Oh, now he's on the shorter side. As it's definitely the bowler is under pressure. A single. Yeah, there's already 10 runs, a ball to go. So could expect a 14 or 16 of this over. Oh, that was a good ball. Huh, huh, huh. That was a good ball. He pushed it onto the leg. 6 overs, 33 runs. So good start. And I already see a bowling change coming up. Ramki, who was bowling good actually, he's bowled only 3 overs. He has given 11 runs. Has been replaced by another extremely good bowler. I mean, he can be a deadly bowler. If it's his day, he can take fifers. Mr. Syed Shahnawaz, Shahbai, is called lovingly. Is here to bowl his first over. Is one of the best bowlers of the league, of the Masters. Represented USA playing against Canada, England. That was misfielded, and Chintan was quick to come onto the ball, but a very cheeky run, I would say, because if you have to run on a misfield and if you're blinded by the umpire, you really have to make a quick decision whether to go for that or not. So a good run at the end, 34, and I have here one of the stalwarts, one of the great batsmen in Masters, Mr. Satyapal Chabra. We call him SP very fondly. So Mr. SP, are you enjoying Davis?
Thank you, Raj. Yes, I am. It's been a very pleasant experience so far. Nice green top to play on, and it's exciting cricket. We've already seen the good first inning total, what, 240 somehow? 240? What are we chasing? 245. So this is definitely initially it looked like it's going to support bowler, but then it's certainly a batting track. If batsmen can show some patience to stay on. That's my take. In the meantime, this is a good cover drive, good fielding as well. Ajit has been looking pretty consistent and looking a little bit in shape and confident, whereas Faisal also is connecting the ball very well. Played it down the fine leg, square leg region for a single. Yeah. Yeah, Ajit on 22 and yeah, 23. Oh yeah. Ajit's on 23 and Fazal on 12 off of 15. Here's a big hit on the cow corner, but nobody under the ball. The batsman running for two.
I don't think it was a good effort by the fielding side there. The ball dropping in between. If he would have sprinted, Majid would have saved a single there. But the batsman didn't want to run the third one. Over. Our captain is very anxious. Captain? 7:37. 7:37.
I think the batsmen probably have a strategy of staying on, so that's what I sensed when they ran two instead of three, because it's gonna be really a warm day. Around 4 o'clock, we're supposed to be 100-degree Fahrenheit. Obviously, they're trying to pace themselves. Zero loss of no wickets, 37 in what 7 overs. I think they're par. I would say 5 and over is a par chase. As long as they maintain it for first 15 overs, that always tips a skill to the batting second team, because they probably have a good chase at that point. So wickets makes a difference, and obviously they're keeping the par score. What do you think, Rajbhai? Keeping the par chase probably is the key.
I mean, run rate should be taken out of equation. So the chase is on. In 7 overs, we are 37, 5.3. That's the required run rate. So I think they started well, I would say. New bowler Kuldeep starts well outside the off stump. He is a very tricky bowler, a nagging length bowler. Played for USAA, and here he comes, and gets a wicket straight away. Gets a wicket. Caught in slips by Balbir. Next batsman is Farhan.
That was a sharp catch at the first slip by Balbir. Although it probably is a commentator's curse. When I was talking, Ajit was looking very good and compact. He just couldn't keep himself calm against the bowling change. So Kuldeep got a breakthrough on a very first over. That must excite the Reds or Orange team. So new batsman walking in is a Farhan. He's also wearing the number 22 today, and then obviously comes from, for me obviously because he's from Dallas and plays together. It was a good bat, good ball. Let's see what he brings to the table today. Kuldeep keeping the ball offside with off stump, just trying to test the batsmen and how they negotiate him. So far, Farhan did not offer any shot, just kept his stumps covered and then let the ball go to the wicketkeeper. Plays cautiously towards the point region, no run. A gentle push towards mid-on, mid-wicket, short mid-on, mid-wicket, well fielded by Shahnawaz. Kuldeep getting ready for the next ball. And I would call it that's a very good over by Kuldeep. Got a breakthrough. And Ajit, who was batting, looking very good, took him on the first slip by Balbir, I would call it. That was a very good shot by Farhan on an extra covers region, and the batsman ran for 3. That was ball pretty much stopped before the boundary line, the thick outfield, especially towards the gymnasium, a swimming pool, and I would call it. So wide, 2 wides. Forty-three for 1 after 9 overs. So I would still call it a good, decent start for US Blue. Fazal playing at 15 after 18 balls. Farhan 3 faced about 9 balls. So they're trying to rebuild the inning for the second wicket partnership. And Kuldeep is gonna bowl the 10th over, and then they'll switch the end. So that's a special arrangement for this game. They're gonna be switching ends every 10 overs, just to speed up that game and then also protect ourselves from the heat. An awkward bounce, but that was, I think, good defense, or played soft with a soft hand. Faisal, that was a Faisal, but it was a good strategy overall. No loss, no dot ball, and still at 43. So I have Arun with me, who is playing for the US Blue and is going to continue with the conversation.
Thank you, SB. The Blues are off to a pretty decent start, I would say. Lost 1 wicket. That was a really good catch, sharp catch by Balbir in the slips. That's a fantastic shot by Fazal. Not an easy shot. I mean, a little bit of danger involved there, but he picked up the line pretty well and just went across and kept it all along the ground. Just sweet timing. Raced away to the deep square leg boundary for 4. Fazal is a very attacking batsman. That's his natural style. And when he gets going, he can just take the game away from any team. Extremely talented player. Probably one of the fittest guys, I would say, in our squad here. He's played high level of volleyball. That's got to be down. Huge appeal, definitely going down the legs. This is really Fazal's downfall. He'll hit a couple of really great shots, and then he'll just a lot of times he tends to throw it away. A phenomenal batsman. If he can just curb his attacking instincts and get it done right. But that's easier said than done. I mean, it's hard for batsmen who are that attacking to slow things down, and then that can also put them in an awkward place. SP?
No, I agree. I think one of the key to the long partnership or long inning is to curb the instinctive shots, especially when bowler is giving you an easy ball. It's actually, they're not just giving away the runs, they're just making you unsettled, and now it's your responsibility how to read between. In fact, the traditional way is to, after you have hit a boundary, just come on a non-striker next ball. That's the way to pace the inning, and then that's the best spot, because that's where you have adrenal rush and everything going on, and you want to really come on the non-striker end. That's where you have just given an open signal that, hey, get me now, and then it's your responsibility to just be safe and play smart. What do you think, Arun?
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And I'm a bowler primarily, and from a bowler's perspective, if I were Kuldeep and Fazal hit that shot across the line to deep square, like, that was a fantastic shot. I mean, at the end of the day, he hit a really good shot. But Kuldeep, I'm sure, wouldn't mind, because he went across the line, and all it takes, on a pitch like this, is maybe the ball keeps a little low, maybe there's a little extra bounce, and then gets a top edge. You just never know. As a bowler, I would rather have the batsman go after me than just play defense all day long.
As a bowler, that is a strategy. You want to be having the talk. When bowler is being attacked, that's where they get excited, and then it's all about the game. I mean, that's when that game goes on. That's where the real fun starts. The batting and the bowler, how they talk to each other, with the action, I would call it.
Shah's been bowling really well. He's been bowling wicket to wicket, and again, very smart of him to put the ball in the right place and let the wicket do things. Every once in a while, you do see the ball keeping low. This particular ball kept a little low, and Fazal was good and equal to the task to stay back and late, and that ball a little bit of width, and Fazal threw his bat at it very hard, edge to wide third man. Majid runs after it and gets 3 runs to Fazal. That's, so that's a shot I don't mind at all because it's outside the off stump. He throws his bat at it. The worst thing that can happen, and there are not that many fielders in the deep on the offside. So even if he doesn't quite connect, it's highly unlikely that he's going to get out. But if it's on the stumps and you go across the line, that's when there's a lot of trouble waiting to happen. There'll be a wide ball. Farhan's looking steady, and he actually bowled really well this morning. In fact, he's the only leg spinner in our squad of 30 plus probables. He's the only leg spinner. It's not often that a spinner is called on to bowl at the end overs. He actually bowled the last 3 of the 6 overs that were bowled, and he bowled really well, slowed it down, and kept the scoring to a very acceptable level. Shanawaz again, very steady, bowling to his field. He's putting it in the right places. I don't think he's trying too hard. I think he's just doing the right thing. A lot of times when a bowler tries too hard, that's when you have wides, you have some of these extras come in. So again, keep it simple, wicket to wicket, and let the batsman score the runs.
Yeah, I just wanted to add one more thing. It's somewhat a unique arrangement today. This is 11th over, and this is the first bowling change, the side change. So whatever Shanawaz is doing, I think that's the perfect strategy. Just to don't try something new, but keep the consistency, and let's see how the wicket behaves from the other end. So this is just a lesson for not only for him, but also for the rest of the team members to see how to operate. And then we've bowled from that end actually. As I was the first inning, I know that end is a little trickier because you have to run up, and it's not smooth. You just have to exert a little bit more, but yet you have to also adjust your length on the fly. I would call it's a lot of adjustment goes on. So I think Shanawaz did pretty well. That's right. Score is 55 for 1. The last over, I believe they only scored. He gave away only, I think, it was a little expensive, 6 runs I would call it, but yet that's acceptable considering there were 4 dot balls.
Yeah, you're talking about the run-up and the pitch. Just as you get to the delivery stride, it's a steep uphill for the last 2 steps, and as you deliver the ball, you're definitely on that uphill slope, and it's definitely disconcerting as a bowler, especially if you're bowled from this end, and then you come out there. It's very important for the bowler to take an extra 2 or 3 warm-up, run-ups, just to make sure that they feel comfortable. And I know that, for example, Hitesh came into bowl from that end, and he hadn't done that, and the first ball he bowled was a short pitch ball that got put away for 4 runs. So again, I think it's important to figure things out before you bowl that first delivery. Fazal holds out to deep mid-wicket. 1 fielder at deep mid-wicket. Kuldeep pitches it up, and Fazal goes across the line, and I believe that is Ayaz who took the catch. Fuzzle out for a well-made 23 of 26 balls. He hit some really good shots, but one shot too many at the end, and he holed out and picked out that one fielder at deep mid-wicket. The two opening batsmen, Ajit and Fuzzle, got off to a good start. 23 of 27 for Ajit. Very positive, rotating the strike. I think they did a really good job there. Fuzzle, same thing. 23 of 26 balls. Farhan is 6 of 14, and Dilip has just joined him at the crease. Dilip, the yoga master. Yogi. And a very delicate steer down to third man. There's nobody there. Majid gives chase, and at the end, a very good 2 to Dilip. That's a very nice way. It's great as a batsman when you get that first ball a little bit outside off stump and you can glide it and take a couple. You get that jitters off. It's very settling for that batsman. Nice push again to deep extra cover. They'll settle for a single this time and not chance Chintan's arm there. Chintan's a very good fielder and a good bowler as well. Today he was actually looking quite good when he was batting and found short cover. Hit a ball straight to the fielder over there, but he was looking good for the time that he was there when he was batting. Kuldeep is a very smart bowler. Nicely done. Wide of short mid off and off towards I guess a wide long off. Yeah. Clearly these folks have played each other before, and more importantly I think it is Kuldeep knowing his bowling and where he's going to bowl and making sure that he's got the fielders in the right place.
That's right, Arun. Kuldeep, by the way, for those folks who do not know, Kuldeep played for the U.S. national team, the regular men's national team, way back in early 90s. Was a regular member, but interestingly, he was a medium pace bowler at that time. Bowled a lot of outswing, and that was his patented ball. I guess now changed to off spin, but bowling a very effective off spin. Kuldeep hails from Houston. And another interesting anecdote, and this is about his son. Kuldeep's son, very interestingly, is a very, very good baseball player. He 2 years ago was picked by Chicago White Sox. He signed up with Chicago White Sox as a pitcher. He's in their minor leagues right now, and he's hoping one of these days he gets called to play for the major league. With me is a guy that needs to be, I guess, officially recognized for everything that he does, as far as playing cricket for Masters. The guy is a genuine medium pacer with a lot of variety in his bowling. Has represented USA, played for USA in 2 tours. When we happened to go last year in August to Canada for a 3-nation tournament, and then also the month after in September to when we toured England and Wales, and he was a very impressive bowler all the way over there. He is more of an all-rounder, but he's a very impressive bowler. Please allow me to welcome a very good friend of ours and member from Dallas, my city. Here is Mohsin Khan. Welcome, Mohsin. What do you think of the proceedings right now?
Thank you, Arun Bhai, first of all, for the kind words. I think the game is going along really well at the moment. I think the orange team, they did well. They scored 244. And the blues, I think they're doing well. The score is around 65. What's the score, Arun? 60 for 2. And how many overs? This is the 13th over going on. So I think it's going along well. We have got a good batting side. We lost Ajit and Fazal, but we still have all the way through to up to number 11. So I think it's going to be a good contest, and really looking forward to it. So I think Farhan and Dilip are batting really well. They're taking quick singles, and it's good to see that. The way they're running between the wickets. It's good. It's a good show. And the weather has been really beautiful over here. We were expecting that to be, nice hot day, but I think it's a nice breeze, which keeping everybody cool. So it's a beautiful weather. I think everybody's enjoying it so far. So, Arun Bhai, back to you.
Yeah, Mo, you're right. The breeze coming from south to north is pretty good breeze here. There were some fears that it would have been extremely hot, but I think we've put those fears to rest. People are playing very comfortably out there. The fielding side has not complained, and so I take it that it's not as bad as what people had portrayed it to be at one time. Kuldeep's continuing and bowling very effectively. He picked up both the wickets so far, and bowling very tidy spell and very economical.
Yeah, Arun, if you look at the red team or the orange team's batting, their first wicket fell for 15, and then there was a very good 75-run partnership between Sunny and Ayaz that took them to 90. That's when Sunny got out. Then there was a period where between 90 and 127, they actually lost 5 wickets, so 90 for 2 to 127 for 6. In a period of about 7 overs there, 8 overs, scored about 30-odd runs, but lost 5 wickets. And I think the blue team, when we were out there, we felt like we were in a pretty good place. We were probably a little bit on top at that point. And then Parag and JV put together a fantastic partnership for 90-odd runs. Let's see. Yeah, 97 runs. And before Parag retired out, very unselfishly, I must say, he was on 47, so he could give some of the other folks a chance to bat. So if you look at their innings, really, it's a tale of, I would say, 2 big partnerships. and really at least one. I think for the Blues to win, we'll need at least one of those big partnerships, perhaps 3 or 4 mini partnerships, 30, 40 runs, kind of like the opening partnership we had, but we definitely need at least one big partnership. What do you think?
I couldn't agree more with you, Arun. Yeah, the key to a team chasing, especially, is partnerships at the top. If we get a couple of decent, 70-run partnerships, even if it is not a 100-run partnership, two decent 70-run partnerships, but one of the fundamental things that are important is rotating strike. When you don't rotate strike, you put unwanted pressure on yourself, and you tend to play a shot that you shouldn't be playing. So it's it's critical. It's critical that they find ways to rotate partnerships, rotate strike, and that's how you're going to build a partnership.
Yeah, that's right. I think a little bit of ooh. Shabai's got through Farhan's defenses and knocked back the off stump. I was telling you before, Shahnawaz has been bowling really spot on, perfect line and length, just on the off stump, but slightly outside off. Not trying to do a whole lot, bowling wicket to wicket. I think he's really, I must say, very impressed. He's always been a good bowler, but especially I think today, and the spell that he's bowling right now, is exactly what the team needed. And Parag assembling his team. We're going to take a drinks break here, and I'm sure Parag is telling his team, we're on top right now. Do the basics right, keep the pressure on, good fielding, wicket to wicket, and let the batsmen go make mistakes because they have to go score the runs.
So the score is 63 for 3. With Dilip batting on 2, Dilip batting on 4, and Raj batting on 2. Dilip 4 of 13 balls, Raj 2 of 3. Just a single off of a very good shot. This one by Dilip. Off the bowling of Kuldeep. Kuldeep has picked up 2 of the 3 wickets so far. This one pushed a short cover, short extra cover, no runs there. Kuldeep has been bowling a very economical spell and also in the process grabbed wickets. There's another good ball beaten outside the off stump. Dilip was trying to play this too wide mid off, but missed it completely. Kuldeep coming into bowl. They managed to grab a single there. The key to this game right now is going to be rotating strike, get those ones going, tire the fielders out, and wait for those really big loose balls to come, which will come. But it's a end of the over. It's a matter of really being patient, but more important, rotating strike. The more you rotate strike, the less pressure you will feel. You will get the big shots. With me is somebody who just had a very good knock, short but very sweet knock. This is a gentleman that has played for the U.S. Team already in the three-nation tournament against Canada and West Indies. Allow me to have the pleasure of welcoming Ajit Jaisinghe. Is one of our top order batsmen. Has scored a lot of runs in the over 50s competition so far. Here's a ball that again missed outside the off stump. A very good ball from Kuldeep. Shah is also bowling very well. Picked up a wicket in his previous over. Here I have, as I said, Ajit. Hi Ajit, welcome to the commentary box.
Hi, thank you, Arun Bhai. How are you?
What do you think of the game that's going on right now? What do you see the progress?
And I think we should rotate the strike and get single doubles instead of, just going for the big shots. But at the other end, Shahnawaz is bowling very well, so we should not give any wickets to him. Yeah, it's another good ball. Dilip pushed to mid-on, no single there. It's another good shot. Going to third man just for single. Yeah, they need to keep rotating the strike, get single doubles, push the score, Ones, twos. Oh, nice shot. There's a missed chance. Slip. Yeah, it was a missed opportunity. The slip fielder completely didn't see the catch coming and he went for 4 runs.
Yeah, that was that was an edge, definitely not intended. He tried to square cut it, and it was going pretty fast. Ajit, that ball was carrying very fast. So I don't know that it was a real catch per se, but it could have been taken. It probably had to stick. Because the ball came all the way till the commentary area and at a pretty good pace even till here. So it had to be a very fast shot. Keep telling the score. This one down the leg, hit his pads, no runs there. Parag is obviously a very accomplished wicket keeper. Extremely fit. Uh, by the way, batted very well. Parag batted very well indeed for his 47 and unselfishly decided to retire himself and give people an opportunity in the last 5 overs. How was he out? An excellent catch by Balli off the bowling of Kuldeep Patel, picking up his third wicket. The score is 70 for 4. So the Reds, wearing the blue uniform, are struggling, and the Blues, wearing the red uniforms, are in a good position right now. So go figure. As confusing as it may be, we'll get this sorted out after the game is over as to who are actually the Blues and who are actually the Reds. And if Ashish is listening to us, Ashish would change it. It's actually the Blues batting right now, and the Reds scored 245. And we're getting so many different versions. There's people that keep calling it orange and pink, but it's actually Reds versus Blues, guys. Let's get that straight. I know some of you guys are trying to avoid the real story, especially if you guys are not performing well. You're calling yourself something that you're not. So we now have a slip, a backward point, a cover point, an extra cover, and a long off on the offside. And Casey is bowling brilliantly, and that's 5 on the off, 4 on the on. He's got a very well balanced field. He doesn't have anybody deep except the long on, and that's very interesting. It tells you what kind of control that he's got. Again, outside the off stump, and that's a wide. But he's able to keep a line that is very effective. This is the time when you probably need a left-right combination, when somebody is bowling such a tight line outside the off stump. I always found a left-right to disrupt the bowler's line. But right now it's easy money as far as I see. Easy money for Kuldeep. How many overs has Kuldeep bowled? 6 overs, 4. 6 overs, 2 maidens, 14 runs, 3 wickets. What an incredibly impressive spell by Kuldeep. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, Sanjeeva, I believe we can only bowl 8 overs maximum. Oh, that is in the over 40s, sorry. The new bowler is Chintan Patel. Chintan is also a very, very good accomplished cricketer. Chintan has played for the US national team at one stage when he was young, and not that he's very old, but still young. And what is impressive with Chintan is, Ajit, right now Chintan also just played the minor league cricket. So very impressive. And at this age, and it is so good to see somebody from our Masters playing in the minor league, where people were getting paid to play, and it's very impressive. And here's Chintan, left arm around, instead of the traditional left arm around between the stumps and the umpire, he comes from outside to the left of an umpire. And he's got a slip, a backward point, a cover point, a short extra cover, a wide mid-off. He's got 6 on the off. Raj is the batter facing. Is that Kuldeep? Chintan also is one of those that runs through his overs very quickly. Here he is getting ready to bowl the next one, probably the last ball of this over. Yet another dot ball. End of a good over from Chintan. How many runs in that? Just 1 run in that over. Score remaining at 71 for 4 at the end of how many overs? At the end of 19. LBW, and that is, who's the batter? Is that up? SP. Here was SP playing Kuldeep.
Yeah, little pieces, yeah. It's almost a full toss.
So officially on paper, the Reds are in trouble. 5 wickets down for 71 in the 20th over. And Kuldeep has picked up four wickets. Shafiq is the new batter in. Shafiq is a very accomplished batsman who can play in different situations, different circumstances. This one outside the off stump, left alone, no runs. Kuldeep has been very impressive, to say the least, with the ball. Picked up 4 wickets. Here was this one bouncing quite a bit, coming off the wicket very well. Must have landed on the seam or close to it, that it had a little bounce to it. Here's Kuldeep coming into bowl. And they just seen him through, finishing his 8th over. Or 7th over. No, so the score is 71 for 5. Kuldeep has picked up 4 of the 5 wickets. Shanawaz picking the other one. One other wicket was Shanawaz. Kuldeep has bowled an incredibly beautiful spell, where he's bowled 7 overs for 14 runs and picked up 4 wickets. With me, I have the pleasure of introducing somebody that is really excelled, I think, in multiple sports. He's played very well for the Masters in cricket, played for the US team in the Three Nation Tournament Champions Trophy in March of this year, and had a very impressive series, I should say. Even as late as May, when we had the 12-team US Open, he had a very good performance even there. I don't recollect all the runs that he scored, but I've seen the innings that he's played. Very impressive batting indeed, Fazal. And more than that, Fazal has also bowled some very crucial overs whenever the captain had called him on to bowl. It is my pleasure to talk about a guy that not only has played cricket here for Masters at a high level, He's also a guy that has represented USA in volleyball. And I'm very impressed with all these other things that you've done, Fazal. Here is Fazal Alam. Let me introduce him and bring him to the commentary box.
Thank you, Arun Bhai. It's a pleasure. Masters is a unique experience, and rightly it's called second innings, and we are just enjoying it. And welcome everybody. This is the camp or a trial for the selected 30 from 240 of them who participated in the open tournaments, and we are preparing for a trip down to Barbados in November, and then the big show, the World Cup in March of 2023, which is going to be in South Africa. It's nice here. It's a beautiful ground. It's kind of hot than we are used to, but it's not unbearable. It's pleasant right now, and good breeze, good weather, some light music here, and amazing atmosphere. Chintan is back in the attack. He's a new player who played last Masters for North Bears, and he's one of the potential left-arm spinners. Very good fielder, can bat, can bowl, and good all-round cricketer who knows the game very well, sets his field correctly, bowls to his field. Very smart cricketer.
Here he is bowling to, like you said, a very smart cricketer, bowling around the stumps. And again, a good fielder of his own bowling. Fazal, just like you said, a great fielder. We saw some of it displayed earlier when I guess you were batting, where he had either you or Ajit had some beautiful shots through covers. Both were guaranteed boundaries, and here was Chintan stopped both of those with a good dive on both of them. Chintan is quickly going through his overs. Very effective bowler. I guess the Reds, it should have been the Reds, but the Reds have a very good bowling attack, and they're bowling to their field, is what I see. They have bowled to their field and are not allowing those singles to come through to build these partnerships and rotate strike. One of the key things to making cricket happen in one-day cricket or any level of cricket is rotating strike, and that has kind of died down in the last 5 to 10 overs. You agree with that, Fazal?
Yes, I do. They are bowling to a good line in length, and always wickets bring pressures, and they came in a bundle now. So Kuldeep had an amazing figures of 4 for like 15 odd runs, and that wickets and the pressure is on, and the new batsman Shafiq is in now, the non-strikers and the Raj, they're trying to consolidate again, and Sanjay is back in the attack, left arm orthodox. He bowled the new ball, and then this is his second spell. It's a single cut down to point area, and I think there should be a overthrow now. They go against it. I see JV walking slowly, played an amazing inning, cramped up completely. He's trying to hydrate himself, played an amazing knock. Here is Sanjay again, bowling to Shafiq. Shafiq is a very dangerous batsman in the middle order. He is a big hitter of the ball, but he can take singles and rotate and bat long. Wicket-keeper batsman. I have seen some good cameos from him in past for USA team as well as for South Stallions, I believe.
He's got a good head on his shoulder.
Yeah, always in the game, very talkative behind the stumps. Drifting down the leg, trying to give a hoik towards cow corner. Hit his pad. as you said, runs have dried down. That's good fielding by Sanjay on his own bowling. I believe that was a maiden over. Oh, there was one single actually.
Chintan coming back to bowl, I guess. So Fazal, what are the impressions that you carry about Masters cricket, and where do you see the future of Masters cricket?
It's an amazing journey actually. I joined Masters I guess 9 months late after this started, I guess. But if you go on Masters website, you can see the chronology of what happened, how it started, and where we are. So it's an amazing journey. So I believe we had like 5 nationals and zonal tournaments combined, 2 international tours, and an international tournament. And that's an amazing feat. And add on to it over 60s who are actually in Australia now participating in the World Cup. And then there are a lot of people working hard trying to make this even better, and they introduce over 40s now. So the open tournaments for over 40s is scheduled to be played in Houston, and that is bold. And Chintan gets Rajbai out. He got bowled. I believe he tried to play over long on somewhere there. Hoist it. Let's see the replay and give you a little more detail of how that happened. Yep, there was no footwork on it. Tried to flick it towards a mid wicket, I believe. That's how I saw it. And got it off stump. In comes Arun to bat in. Arun is no muck with the bat. He can bat. He bowls new ball, but he can bat. To be fair, everybody who's left, they can still bat. Like, Mohsin, Humayun, probably one of the better all-rounders in this 50s group, is still to bat. And Mohsin is still to bat, I believe. And Himanshu, actually, he plays in Florida. I've seen bunch of scores at the local levels there, so I'm guessing he's no muck with the bat. So there's a lot of game left. And again, this is a experience just to see who does what, so that we can know each other's strengths and weaknesses and see how best we can make combination, which is a balanced side, which can get us some wins at the international level. As they say, not 11 best players make a team, it's a 11 best combination. So that's what we're trying to do here. And that was one of the reasons why we did so well in March tournament in Tri-Nation Cup, and we're trying to repeat that. And this is an amazing experience to play together, get along, and try to learn strength and weaknesses of each and see how we can best use them for the national squad.
You couldn't have said any better than that, Fazal. We are trying to do our best to pick the best team amongst the available people that can go to Barbados to play what is being termed as a mini World Cup, 8 nations. So this is nothing but a phenomenal test for us, even though I must say the selection process is quite different. I don't want people to get the wrong impression about the selection process. We have gone through a whole lot of things to figure out how to be as unbiased as we can be in the selection process, and we have started grading people for all those guys that have played until now in all the tournaments, and each one had its own valuation. And this is more to see what people can do or how fit they are today. And this is where, this is why we wanted them a month before the tournament, before going to the Mini World Cup in Barbados. There's a nice shot. I'll get 2 out of it. So, as I was mentioning, part of the thing that we have done is tried to be as objective as we could be about the selection process. We tried to look at what, let's say, a Fuzzle did in the first tournament to the second tournament and the third tournament and the fourth one, and started grading everyone out of Chintan. Of Sanjay. Here's Sanjay getting his first wicket in his second spell. Shafiq playing a rather rash shot. Should I say irresponsible? Yeah, irresponsible shot at this stage. I think it was more. It is more about now trying to figure out how best to stay at the wicket, even if you don't win this game. It's about building an innings, showing people what you can do. Is probably what needs to happen for each batsman. So 7 down right now for 75 in 28 overs. 28th over. Sanjay coming in to bowl his 5th over, I believe. Yeah, bowling his 5th over. $78 for 7. 78 for 7, chasing 245. Does look an uphill task at this stage. But as I said, at this stage, it's about showing character. To me, it's about showing character, not giving up, trying to do the best they can till the last ball is bowled. And to me, that's how we should play this game. And hopefully... It could be out. He exposed it. I mean, you could see his legs. Yeah, yeah. Hmm? Outside leg? नहीं बाबा. I don't think so. Slow it down if you can. No, Baba. No, it didn't pitch outside leg. Come on. No way. Maybe off in middle at best. No way. No. 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 It's in line with the stumps. It's in line with the stumps, Baba. And he exposed his stumps. When it hit him, I would think the middle, not, it wasn't going down the leg.
No, not going down the leg. No, I'm not saying that. I
Yeah.
feel like it could just maybe ask him what is your first impression. It's close, right?
Hmm? That was a very good ball. Yes. Sanjay turned this ball quite impressively. That was something that was missing for quite some time in all the left arm spinners. Most of them that I saw were arm balls, but this is impressive to see the ball turn. And some of it happens, Fazal, when the bowler is on top, when he starts getting wickets, then he starts trying things that he wasn't ready to try before. Obviously, dot balls and wickets make you do there's a short ball. And his first spell with the new ball, understandably coming in more than going out, is very understandable. Sanjay has bowled well for the USA team in the past. Has opened the new ball for the national team on multiple occasions. Parag has always used him as a new ball bowler, and he's always come through. I have to say, I'm impressed with his bowling. .76 for 8 in should be 30 overs now.